Okay, I can see us on the thing, but we're not. Oh, yes, we are. I guess we are going online too. I'll give it a second, but um, hello, everybody. Welcome to the documentary film school of the day. My name is Lian. I'm the executive director of the Nickel Independent Film Festival, and we're very excited to be kicking off basically the festival week with this workshop. It's a star-studded workshop um, with that as I was reading it, I was just very excited that this was actually going to happen, and I'm very excited to be a part of to be co-hosting with the wonderful Sandy May. Welcome, Sandy. How are you?
Hello. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Thank you everyone for joining us and Leanne. And I'll just give a quick intro to the day so everyone can get a sense of who this star-studded cast is. So we're gonna be joined first by Lian Morrison, and then we have Troy Maher coming up. And then after lunch, we have Jamie Miller and then Kenneth J. Harvey. And then we'll close out the day with Victoria Wells. And yeah, so we got a lot of documentaries submitted to the festival for our 21st year. So we figured we should do film school in a day. We should give the people what they want and do a documentary film school in a day. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce Lian Morrison. She's been a filmmaker for I'd say about 10 years, and she's directed 2 award-winning documentaries, Flight of the Fisherman and Behind Banana Vacuum. She's shot and directed documentaries for CBC and including episode of Canada's a Drag. She owns and operates her own video production company, Tin Bird Productions. And today she is going to be talking with us about the importance of pre-production. She's currently working on a documentary right now called Set in Motion that's going to be available for us to watch in October, I believe. So yeah, she's going to talk about the importance of pre-production, of getting starting with a clear picture of where you want to go and how to get there, research, casting, pre-testing, time and budget management, all of the stuff that goes into making a documentary look making it look easy. So without further ado, Lian Morrison, welcome. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Hi, thanks for having me. So yeah, my name is Lian. Just to let you guys know a little bit about myself. I went to film school in the Czech Republic in 2012, graduated in 2013. And since then I've worked on various film projects and some TV shows like Republic of Doyle, Save My Pet, and recently Rock Solid Builds. But in between that, I've also been doing smaller video productions and short films. And doc is kind of my area that I really love. So I'm happy that I'm here to teach you guys a little bit about that. So for pre-production, it might not sound like the most exciting topic, but it can be in, I guess, a good and bad way because there's a lot going on. But it's really important for you guys to know how to do it if you're going to be making documentaries, especially if you're going to be doing funding, because a lot of people often think that documentaries are something where you just kind of show up, you shoot it, and then you figure it out kind of in post, which is not necessarily the case. Yes, you can look into things, but if you're going to be getting funding, you'll need certain things that broadcasters and funders will be looking for. And also the better ones I find have the best, you can tell they have done a lot of work in their pre-production. So that's what I'm here to talk about. So feel free to ask any questions and interrupt me. I'm totally fine with that. So to get into it. So yeah, it's important to do all this work ahead of time because you're going to need it for funding as well as communicating with your crew as you're prepping to go to camera. And yeah, so first of all, I guess at the very beginning, it's coming up with your ideas. So you might already have one in your head. What I have been doing lately is keeping just notes on my iPhone as ideas come to me. And the reason I do that is because oftentimes broadcasters and funders are going to be looking for different things. So say if you want to just, what I would honestly normally do is just go on a website, and I'll go through this in the funding section, but you'll see what they're looking for, and maybe you can see an idea that matches it, or you can just like come up with your idea and then kind of see where the funding is for that. But I'll get a little bit more into funding later. But yeah, just write down your ideas, take your inspiration from people, from things you watch, and anything that kind of like ignites a little bit of like fire, I guess, within you. Yeah, so once you've got your idea, you want to get into the research. That's the next step. So you want to look at what broadcasters are looking for, like I said, because you can have a great idea, but if you can't get funding for it, then it might never get made unless you're going to do a no budget one, which is also possible actually, because I've done that as well. So, but the budget will affect a lot of what you do. So, and we'll also get into that as well. So say if you have like an idea, but it's already been done, because that often happens. So you might want to check and see if someone's already done your idea. That's okay. You don't have to actually toss it. You can maybe come up with a new angle. So say if you're looking to do a documentary about like homesteading, and say homesteading Newfoundland and how it's kind of blown up from COVID, you might want to, and someone's already done that, maybe you want to come up with a new angle. So you could say, instead of it being about homesteading becoming really popular from COVID, you might say, all right, we've passed that now. So now we have these people who have established their kind of homesteading practices, and what kind of issues have they run into. And that's actually, I think that's actually been happening because I'm following a Facebook group that's complains a lot about bylaws. So that's something you can get into as well. So it's a different angle on something else, but you won't want to do a documentary on something someone else has done without coming up with your own spin on it. And there's lots of ways to do that. So another thing to consider in your research is if you're actually the right person to tell the story. So usually if you have something close to that, you know, the best way to get, well, the best ideas for you to do are ones that are close to you in some way that kind of you can relate to, or you have some connection to. So you want to make sure that it's within your realm of like what you kind of have a little bit of knowledge about, or at least it aligns with kind of your thoughts and feelings and your values. So that's important as well. Yeah. And so for prep, when you've got your idea, the thing about documentaries is they're very similar to fictional films in that they have a beginning, a middle, and end. So you want to figure that out ahead of time. And that will help because your documentary will need to be told in 3 acts, much like a fictional film. So typically in the beginning, it's your intro of your people, your objective, and kind of what you want to say. And just so you know, like documentaries are biased. I think it's a bit of a misconception that they are non-biased, but the fact of the matter is, as soon as you point your camera at something and edit that next to another shot, it's already going to be a little bit biased. So don't be too concerned about making it too non-biased, because I think it's more about telling the whole story and showing different sides of everything, but your voice will be in there either way, whether you want it to or not. So yeah, your middle can be something like the struggles or contradiction or conflict. So say if we're doing that homesteading idea, maybe we'll establish a certain community where there's a homesteading base, and we'll meet the people in it and their animals and stuff like that. And in the middle, that's when we'll probably get into the problems they're facing. So maybe they had to get rid of some of their chickens or the goats because the town of whatever kind of told them they weren't allowed to have that. The middle would be your conflict there. And then your conclusion, which would be your ending, I guess, can be anything. It doesn't have to all be tied up in a neat little bow, but it has to say kind of something that will kind of like tie things together. So often that can even be just a question of like, what's next, or what should be changed, and what are these people doing to change that? So yeah, you do want a concise beginning, middle, and end for your doc ahead of time. And that will change as you go, but you will need to have that starting out. So are there any questions so far from anybody? feel free to ask.
I'm always curious about, like, how do you know when you have a story? Like, how do you like, it enters into really artistic kind of choices. But yeah, how do you feel like you have something when you have?
Yeah. I think for me, it's more so the thing that like really is like blaring at me. So
Right.
it's often just whatever takes my attention, because I find like while I do make notes, it's the ideas that kind of don't leave my head that are the good ones. But
Okay, yeah.
it also has to be a bit practical. But I don't know, I think it's more like for me, it's just something that interests me, that I kind of can see it build without even trying, versus if I'm sat down trying to work on something and I'm just like, oh, I can't figure out that middle part. You know what I mean? That's probably not the right idea for me, I guess.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So it has to have a kind of flow or like depth.
Yeah. And I think just it's something that grows without me really trying in my head, I guess. But I don't know if that's a good answer for that.
That was a great answer.
Okay. Thanks.
Like with your, like, how did you know with say Flight of the Fisherman? If you talk, that was your, what was that was an
First.
early film of yours, right?
That was my first documentary. That one was I think, yeah, that one, because that one I was over in China, and that was like a program where they kind of like had to approve the idea that I would do first, and I threw a bunch out at them and they said no to everything.
Right.
And they wanted me
About
to
the Cultural Revolution or something.
yeah. I had a few ideas, and one I'm still trying to work on, just not that spin of it. But
yeah.
This one they turned down all my ideas, and then they were like, how about you do a documentary on rice in this region? And I said I could, but I just don't really like, I mean, it could be good, but I was like, I just don't really think that's the story for me. And then I heard about this type of fisherman that fishes with birds. And I was automatically just like, I know I want to do that one. So it's more so, I think I'm a bit of a, I guess I know what I want, I guess, a lot of times. So for me, it's kind of just like, I know when I know, I guess. But yeah.
When you know, it's like love, I guess.
Yeah, but I think if I'm pushing it too hard or really trying to squeeze something out of it, I don't think it's the right idea for me, you personally. But again, I can do that. It's just probably not the best match. It is a lot like relationships, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes it requires a lot of work, sometimes not so much.
They're all work in the end, though. In some
Yeah.
way.
Yes, it's true. It's all work in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Flight of the Fisherman. How was it? Following through with that like, so they pitched that idea, but then you found this idea. And can you walk me through the process of how that film happened?
That one was a bit different because like I didn't have to do much of the actual like logistical pre-production, but that one was kind of like it was very last minute once, because it took so long for us to agree on an idea, that by the time I kind of came up with it, we had to find a fisherman, and we ended up having to, because it had a lot of difficulties with just like communication, and you don't just Google cormorant fisherman and their email pops up. Like the guy I shot didn't own a cell phone, or he did, but it was like an old, one, and there's no way to find his number. So we had to actually like go ask someone where his house was and just show up at his door and ask him.
Right.
So, but for that, like I did have to do a lot of pre-production as far as story goes. So
yeah.
That included a lot of research of just like finding out, because I've never heard of that before, like cormorant fisherman. So I had to know about him personally and like find out about the fishing industry there and the type of fishing he does. So it was a lot of, I'm trying to remember how I even did that. I guess there was a lot of online stuff, but I would kind of had to go into that one a little blindly because of translation issues I've had.
So, right.
Yeah.
Because you didn't speak Chinese, right?
Yeah. My translator didn't have a great English. We used to speak on Google Translate, so it was a little bit hard with that. And actually, so for that one, I did have my full story written up. I had all the questions done up, had them approved. We shot, and then I did the interview, shot it all, and then in the post-production, I had a different editor who also was, I guess, a translator. But he told me that the questions I asked weren't. He didn't answer the questions, so I didn't Like he completely went off topic for everything, like really off topic. Like I'd ask him to tell me about his childhood and he'd tell me about a fish he caught yesterday. So it wasn't even.
Maybe he was a politician.
Maybe he was.
No.
Good at deflection.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, that was a bit different though. But for the one I'm working on now, it was like pre-production has been like, I'd say 80% of the work on the documentary, and I shot all of it. So it's a huge aspect of the film, especially this one that I'm working on now. So for this one, I can tell you a little bit about that if you'd like.
Yeah, please. Yeah, definitely.
So
What's does it have a title, working title? Or...
Yeah, the working title is Set in Motion. So it's about the mobile workforce. So basically, so for this past year, I've been working on pre-production. I started shooting, I'd say 6 weeks ago. So I was doing research for a few months last year, and then we didn't know for sure if it would get accepted until about October.
Mhm.
And then once I knew it was getting accepted, I had all my research done. So I was looking for my main participants. So the people I wanted originally was a truck driver, a healthcare worker, and a fly-out worker. I think those are the three. Or no, a bus user, so Metro bus user. Those were the original three. And initially off the bat, I had two people. I had a truck driver and a fly-out worker, although they were actually really hard to find. And that I'll go into it a little bit with casting, but through the jigs and the reels, like as COVID, the lockdown happened, and then I lost all three of them, or all two of them that I had, and had to restart from scratch. But then at that point, it was hard because no one really wanted me in their house, which makes sense. I think you're muted.
Right. Yeah. Even in COVID, documentary seems like it's kind of one of the better art forms for COVID times, or because it's a small crew but you were encountering some problems even still.
Oh yes. Yes, a lot. And,
okay. Oh God. Do
awesome.
tell.
Okay, so basically, I lost the week I was supposed to start shooting.
Mhm.
I had my truck driver drop out, and this is someone I was talking to for about like 6 months at the time, I think, because I found him in November, and this was April. My math could be wrong, but he dropped out because his daughter was starting a business. So then I just scrambled to find somebody, and no one was answering. I posted on Facebook, I posted on Kijiji, Newfoundland Classifieds, I posted in groups that I found, I put up flyers, I contacted every trucking organization I could think of.
Oh wow.
And not one person responded. And same with the fly-out worker, I think, like, where it had been so dragged out because of the lockdown, because we were supposed to start shooting in March. He was getting his kitchen rented, and he didn't kind of tell his wife he was still doing it, I guess. And so when it came time to do it, she said no, and I had to have the family be okay with it, because the family was a big aspect of the fly-out worker.
Right.
Anyways, what saved me is
he's got work to do.
Yeah.
He doesn't have time to talk to you.
Yeah. But what ended up saving me was that I hired a casting person, and she was great. Her name is Jamie Pitt, and she found me some really, really amazing people. And now I have 3 great people. And I left one out, but I did have and this wasn't from her, but someone responded to my flyers for a bus user, and I shot with him for 2 weeks, but then he kind of ghosted me. So I had to find a new person from that person after spending 2 weeks of shooting. So but then Jamie saved me, and I was so grateful to have a casting director, and she sent me like 3 awesome people, and I love them, and it worked out really well after, but it was stressful for a little bit.
That's really interesting. With documentary, you don't really kind of like think of that you might even need a casting director, right? Like that's someone. Finding people is probably the hardest part of a documentary, so then casting is very important.
Yeah.
So
I know. Or sorry, yeah, it definitely is something I never really thought about, and I didn't budget for, but we moved stuff around, and it literally saved the documentary, honestly. And she was great. And yeah, casting is really hard, and that's something like and I can talk about now. So when you're looking for people, you really want to make sure it's someone who is easy to work with, who wants to be in it. Because if you're chasing them, like I was with the bus user, because I did find that he wasn't really that interested in it, but I really wanted him to be in it. So I was kind of just really, I could tell that like I was kind of, oops, hello, sorry. I could tell that he didn't really want to be in it. So I think I probably should have picked up on that initially. And yeah, but what was I getting on? Oh yeah, so for casting, and also he wasn't great on camera. It's hard because you have to find somebody who's good in person and also good on camera as well, because they might talk too much or not enough, or they might be too close and not really let you kind of into their lives. So you want someone who's open, who will let you have control of the story, because sometimes people will want to have a bit of control, and that makes sense, but it doesn't really work in docs if you let your subjects have control of the story.
Yeah, it takes, I guess I assume it takes away from the authenticity of it or something.
Yeah, and like it makes sense. Like people don't want you to shoot them as soon as they get up out of bed with no makeup on their face, or like, or like if they're having a bad day, like not many people will let you shoot that stuff. So it's hard to find someone who will let you do that. But when you do, be very grateful, because it doesn't come often. Yeah.
Is that, if I
okay.
can just jump in for 1 sec, because I'm just curious, like it does seem like for documentaries, like that research is just like a really key aspect of it. But I guess like I'm kind of curious as to what that means, like what, like, because research is like a big word, like it could be
Yes.
so much. So yeah, I just
Yeah.
like don't mean to backtrack too much, but I am kind of curious as to like what the research entails.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a really good question. So research is a lot. So and it encompasses a lot of different things. So you can even think about it, well, story-wise, you want to actually no. So first, like what you want to do is research your topic a bit, like read news articles, watch other videos or docs that have done that kind of work. You might even want to look at MUN archives and stuff like that. Just to gain more knowledge, because that will help you slowly build your story with your beginning, middle, and end. And you really want to know a bit more about your topic, and because that will give you new ideas and it will really strengthen the documentary. But you also want to know kind of how you want to tell it. So do you want a series or do you want it to be a short doc? That's something to figure out kind of early on, which is hard because you're right in the beginning stages. But also the style of interview that you want to do. So for me, this one I'm currently working on, I'm doing it in more of an observational way. And I chose that because as I was doing the research, I noticed a lot of the work out there was very kind of like a formal sit down interview plus B-roll, which is fine. And that's often what I honestly do for most of my docs. But I want something a bit more like, I guess kind of on something that felt a bit more real, like we're there with them. So I often, what I would do is just kind of like sit them down and interview, and then I would kind of like say like, oh, I need a shot of this, so I'd like make it look nice, and then I'd shoot that to layer that B-roll over the interview. But this time I just was like, hey, what are you doing like this week? Okay, I'll shoot that. So I'd literally just roll on them, you know, going to the beach with their parent or going for a drive in their car, that kind of stuff. Just because, and then talking as they do stuff. So the audio is not as clean. So I kind of, I sacrificed my cinematography and sound a little bit for the story that I wanted to show, because that was the style that for me was more important than having like the nice shots. But I did make sure to get really nice cinematic shots on like beaches and stuff like that, or like outside. But for the most part, my research that I did kind of helped me figure out that that was the style that I wanted to do, because I wanted something new and fresh brought into it that wasn't so formal, because it is based on research. So I wanted, so for my current documentary, On the Move Partnership is an organization that studies the mobile workforce. So I wanted to take what they had researched and make it very palatable and relatable to people. So I found I had to kind of go away the other way with it to do that. So, and yeah, for research, also budgeting. So that's like a huge part of it. So when you're budgeting, that affects how you can tell the story. Like, can you get animation? Can you get drone shots? What's your crew like? Can you travel? Because you might find someone that you love, but they are in Corner Brook or in Labrador. Can you afford to go there? Because you have to pay for the flights or the cars, overnight stays, per diems, and camera rentals. So if you're renting a camera, that can be anywhere from $150 to like $350 plus the person you're paying to be there if you're not shooting yourself, as well as sound. So research with budget is huge because the budget will dictate how you tell the story. And there's a lot of hidden costs in there too. So like insurance, legal fees, subtitles, closed captioning, music, rentals, hard drives, editing a suite, and all that stuff. So I'm trying to see if I have anything else about research written down.
The
Yeah.
so you wanted to do it. I mean, is the term "fly on the wall"
Yeah.
documentary?
Yeah.
I just watched a documentary called Stray recently about in Turkey. There are a lot of stray dogs, stray animals in general, and uh, there was a law saying that they couldn't put them down. That was
Okay.
put into effect quite a long time ago, and so there are these wild dogs that roam throughout the various places in the country, and this filmmaker, she just kind of followed these dogs kind of silently
Yeah.
for so long, and it was it's a really effective way of doing it. I loved it.
Cool. Yeah. And that's the other thing too. Like there's a lot of different ways. I do love observational docs, and I'd like to do more as well. When I haven't done that, I don't know if I do like ones with voiceovers, like if you're thinking of David Attenborough. I think
Oh,
that
yeah.
would be kind of fun to do as well. So that would be something else to try. So like in your research, you'll figure out what style you need, and you kind of do need to know that ahead of time because you're going to be dealing with crew and hiring and all that stuff. So figuring out that scope of generally what you want to do is important as well, for sure.
What are some of the, I mean, oh, sorry, you go ahead.
No, you're good.
What are some of the tough choices that you've had to make because of budgeting?
Yeah, I've had to make a few. So like for budgeting, I'd say like we had to, oh yeah, I was supposed to go, there was someone I really did like in Labrador, but we didn't have the budget for that. I also wanted to hire an animator, but due to scheduling conflicts and other expenses that came up, we couldn't hire an animator, which I really, really wanted because animation and doc go so beautifully together. What else was it? We had to defer a lot of money because this was a micro budget. So I wanted to originally just direct and not produce or shoot it, but due to the budget, I personally had to sacrifice my time to do that, which is fine. And I was happy to do it, but I was hoping this time I'd be able to take a step back and just kind of direct a bit. Because directing is kind of what I like the most. And what else did I sacrifice? Me personally. We were going to do, originally it's supposed to be a cross Canada thing, but we ended up just like doing it as a provincial shoot, but then it got smaller. So now it was like Eastern Newfoundland. So the geographic location got tinier and tinier because we didn't get some funding we wanted. We did get funding, obviously, but not everything we wanted. And I think it was more so hiring crew because we couldn't hire a sound person, and hopefully we'll be able to afford a colorist. I'm hoping. So we'll see how
These are the painful decisions that you have to go through, I suppose.
Yeah, because you kind of have to take care of the necessary, because I mean, it'd be really nice to have an editor, but it's more important to make sure the sound and the in post, like you need a sound editor as well and a color editor. So you have to make decisions, but yeah, losing the editor sucked, but sometimes it happens, you know.
And so then that falls on to you to do, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, it's like being an entrepreneur.
Yeah, well, it's like, oh, we don't have the money to do this. Lian, this is your job now. That's basically what it was. So that's kind of how it's been busy, but our rough cut's due tomorrow. So, and I already saw the first 25 minutes and I really, really like it. So I have some positive, something keeping me going. So that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, once you can look back and say like, okay, this is actually gonna, I think it's gonna work. I think I have some stuff.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Yeah, I was just a bit frustrated because for a while it was just like I was doing so much work for months, but having nothing to show for it, with like spending 2 weeks shooting and then having to cut that person completely out of it was super what's the word? Killed my motivation for a little bit, but it happens, But it
Yeah.
ended up working out for the best.
How do you keep your motivation in the face of all this research and like pre-production and work that goes into it? Just like, yeah, how do you do it?
I found it was like the people I worked with, because I have a really great editor and like a really good co-producer. And it was actually Jamie Miller, who's later today. So, and Aaron Elliott is the editor. He's been awesome to work with. So I found it was just like kind of talking to them and kind of being like, yeah, it's really, really sucks a lot. So that helped. And just kind of knowing eventually I will have something, and kind of remembering that, and then taking time out to just play video games and zone out honestly helped me. But it was really, really stressful for a bit and overwhelming, but I'm happy now I have something finally. So that's good. Yeah. But that's how I personally did it, I guess. And long walks in the woods to reflect. Yeah. So I'm trying to think of other stuff I had to talk about. So yeah, casting, I did touch on that a bit. And that's super important to know about and pick the right people, as I have learned this particular time. And once you get the right cast people, I think you'll probably know, because it won't be like pulling teeth and shooting and scheduling. But however, stuff comes up in people's lives. But like my 3 people now I have for this current doc, which I'm referencing this a lot, it's just the most fresh thing in my head. But I've got a truck driver, her name's Sarah, and she's awesome. She's been like great to work with from day one. She's like, whatever you need, let me know. And she's like, lets me come to her house at 5:30 in the morning to shoot her getting up for work. And she's been great to work with. And then I have a really good fly in fly out worker who Jamie Pitt found for me, the casting person. And she's awesome. And her, like with the fly in fly out work, I knew the family was a big component. So I had to make sure the family was okay with it and we're okay to be on camera, because it's fine to talk about like, oh, I'm a fly in fly out worker and stuff, but the family is a huge part about that, because they're the people that are home that are supporting that worker while they're at work. So that's a big part of the story, was the support these workers need and how it does fall on family. And her family has been great. She has 2 sons and a partner who is also a fly and fly worker. And it was just like, yeah, she was excellent to work with. She's, really good on camera, super well spoken. And Sarah, the truck driver, is really good, well spoken, but they're different in different ways, because Sarah's really kind of just like very dry humor and really funny though. She's super charismatic on camera, but she's really funny. And then I also have my 3rd person, who's Kara O'Keefe, and she's a photographer, but she's a pharmacist who travels to Belle Island on the ferry. So her story is really interesting, because if she doesn't make the ferry, then people don't get their medication. So she's really good, and she knows all about it, because her dad was also doing the same thing. So for my casting, those were like a gold trio. And it's weird because like I actually originally started out with all men, which isn't something I tried. And then 2 of them dropped out, and one I had to kind of just let go because he was ghosting me. And then they got replaced with women, but it wasn't something I actually tried. It was just kind of how stuff worked out. But it ended up having kind of like a undertone of like women in the workforce. So it's kind of, that wasn't in my original plan in my pre-production, but it's something that came up later. So those are fun, like Easter eggs that can also happen during your production as well, which is really nice.
Yeah, just leaving yourself open to the possibility, like that with documentary, that it must happen quite a lot. Like you have to kind of basically hitchhike your way through the project.
Yeah, because to communicate with my editor, so all pre-production, and he asked me some really great questions that would help me kind of like make sense of what I want to do. But it's funny because now if you look back at the document I've been editing, it's like bus worker line, and then it's like, nope, now it's a ferry user. So it's just like it's constantly changing, but you do need those building blocks, because to apply for funding, you'll need your full-on budget finished, you'll need your story, and they know that it will change. So that's something that is important. But again, sometimes better stuff comes up and you have to be adaptable to the kind of stuff as well, which is important.
Do you have any advice for like, do you use post-it notes when you're arranging your story together, or do you like?
Yeah, actually for
Like
Flight of
that?
the Fisherman, I had a full wall of just like post-it notes, and it was like done. So it was like beginning, step 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it's like middle and then end, because I like to see it kind of as a piece like that, kind of visually laid out in a certain way. So, but for this one, I did it mostly online because I was communicating with the editor as we went, because editing is the second phase of directing, which you guys will kind of cover with Victoria. But your communication and pre-production with your editor, as well as the people shooting, is really important, because they need to know what your vision is, because they can't read your mind. So it's a lot of pre-production is actually making these notes for your crew so that they know what page you're on, because they might just go into it blindly. But right now it's worked out for me because it's exactly how I wanted it in post. And this is the first time I've actually worked with an editor, because I always edit my own stuff. So for me, that was new, and I didn't realize how much work went into that, but it makes sense, and it's paid off. So that's really good. And yeah, so I do a lot of like that kind of stuff. I make notes, and like what I also do is, as I'm shooting, I'll also kind of make notes of what I've talked about, which I didn't do enough of this time. I did a little bit, but I kind of like dropped the ball on it because I was so busy. But and then I'll make notes of other things I need to talk about. So I'll be like, I know I'm going to shoot, say, for example, my fly and fly out worker's son graduated from high school. So I had notes on my phone, just even a couple of little pointers. What do I want to ask her about that day? Because that was something that I did prompt her with a bit of like talking points, same with everybody else. But my thing was, I talked with her about the thing that's happening there, versus having her sit down at the end of it and saying, back at the graduation day, this happened. It's better to have them, I thought, in the moment talking about that thing. So I need to prep for that, because otherwise you might just freeze because you've got so much stuff on the go that you might forget. Yeah, so that's kind of me with that one. That helped me a lot, but I should have made better notes in shooting about what they said each day, because after a while it was hard to locate because I shot so much and then we couldn't find stuff, but it all worked out afterwards. But what else should I talk about? So there's a bit of legal stuff. You guys should know that like when you're shooting documentaries, you can't shoot logos. So if you have to let people know ahead of time that they can't show up with a Levi's t-shirt on. Otherwise, Levi's needs to clear that, and chances are they won't. And if they do, they want money for it. So those things are important. You have to get your personal releases. So anytime anyone's face is on the camera, they need to sign off and say that's okay. Otherwise, they're gonna have to paint it out in post, and that's expensive. You might not have the budget for that. There's also location materials. So like if you're gonna shoot, like I had to get location releases for Metro bus, the ferry, we went to the Avalon Speedway. I'm gonna get one for Bannerman, because I think I'm hopefully gonna shoot there for like an hour, and then you have to do that. Or even if you're doing, say, we did an interview with researchers in an art gallery at the James Baird, or the Puchco Foundation, which is owned by James Baird. And in the background, there's a bunch of paintings. So we need individual releases for each artist of those paintings. Otherwise, we can't use that shot, or it has to be painted out, which would defeat the whole purpose of shooting there. So you want to do that ahead of time. Otherwise, that will be a pain that you don't want to deal with later.
Just a
So
room
those,
full of blurry paintings in the background.
yeah. So and honestly, like most people here, like in the film community, are really open. So if anyone's looking to do a documentary, you don't have a template for a budget or releases, just ask someone, or you guys can email me and I can send you what I already have. Just to give you an idea of like how much things cost and what you have to spend money on, because there's no way you would actually know that without doing it. So if anyone needs any of that stuff, feel free to reach out to me for that. And yeah, scheduling is another thing that's important. This time for me was a bit easier because I was shooting myself, but if you're hiring someone like a camera person and sound and stuff like that, you want to schedule ahead of time, especially now. Like I don't think the film industry in Newfoundland's ever been so busy, and crew is very hard to find right now. So if you need a last minute thing, you are going to be struggling a little bit. So make sure you get that stuff taken care of way ahead of time if you can, because you're going to run into some trouble and you might have to watch some YouTube videos and shoot it yourself.
Disney snatching up all of the
Yeah.
local talent all at once.
It's nuts. It's crazy how much is going on here now, which is great. The film industry is like booming here. It's really awesome, but it's also hard to find crew. So in some ways not so awesome, but it's nice to see. And like even doing stuff like if you're applying for funding, you might want to come up with like a marketing or press kit. So an easy way to get footage or things to put on that is to hire a stills photographer if you can afford it. And that's a lot of really easy things to put in your press kit. Or you can just take stills as you shoot, and you can start up a website, Instagram, whatever. That stuff helps, but a lot of funders will want to see a marketing plan of some sorts, and you can just say that kind of stuff. That will help a lot. And there's also stuff people don't really think about. So like you'll have to open up a bank account, make a company name, register your company, and then get insurance for that stuff. So that stuff is also important. And what else? Oh yeah, places if you guys are looking for funding. So good places to look would be like Bell Media. CBC has a bunch of programs. My current doc is being funded through the Absolutely Canadian funding. So like that's in CBC, Telefilm, Netflix. Hot Docs has a full page of different funding. The NLFDC is another one here. But now I think to get funding with them, you might need to have a broadcaster locked in. So you have to have like NTV, CBC, Rogers, or Netflix, or someone already signed on to get funding from them. There's also crowdfunding in other ways is like to approach organizations. So with my current documentary, On the Move Partnership is funding part of it, and they're researchers. So, and that's not the same as being a hired contractor, which is important to know. So like when you're working with funders, they basically donate the money to you, and then it's your project. So you always need to make sure you have creative control of that. So the funders don't get to come back and kind of say like, actually we want this, because that kind of gets tangly. So you need to be really careful when signing contracts with that to make sure that they know kind of that it's still your film and you have the creative say. However, if you're doing something at CBC, they get the final say, but they're pretty good at backing you for that kind of stuff because they know that as a director, it's kind of your film in that sense. So it's really important when dealing with funders, broadcasters, casting people, your own, like the people in the documentary, it's your film and it's your creative story, and you can't give that control up to anybody. And that's important. And CBC will back you for that. Sorry if you can hear my cat, by the way.
Oh no, that's great.
He wants to go outside.
The one thing that I love about Zoom conversations is just a little window into people's homes.
He wants to go outside, he's an indoor guy.
No, you can't go outside. Yeah, so what do these funding applications look like for people who have never, someone who's never seen one before? What do they ask for?
They're not too bad, honestly. Like if you've been doing your work in pre-production, sometimes it's still a lot of just copy and pasting. So like they'll want to know like a bio of you and your main creative personnel, your synopsis, title. They'll want a full budget. So that is important. And again, it's hard because sometimes pre-production feels like you're working backwards, because like to come up with a title and your budget before you've even done anything is hard. But sometimes it's a lot of guesswork with the budget. Yeah, it's mostly those things. And I'm trying to think what else. The story is really important because you will not get funding without a fully developed story. So there is no choice. You have to develop your story to get funding. And again, that will change as it did with mine. Actually be interesting to show my initial pitch versus what it's going to end up actually being. So it changes a lot, but they just want to see that you know what you're doing, and that because they're giving you money, they can't just give it to you being like, I'm going to shoot this documentary, but I won't tell you what it's about or how I'm going to do it. They're never like, no one would do that. So you just have to kind of, in pre-production, you're proving that you're capable, that you have a plan and you know the subject and what you're going to do. So that's kind of what it's all about, is just like covering your bases and showing funders and I guess also communicating with their crew and everybody, because it's your film that you have to do. And pre-production is all about organizing that and putting it on paper for people. Yeah. So I'm trying to think. If anyone ever does want any examples, I'd be happy to send my stuff to them. So feel free to email me any questions like that.
What kinds of things do funders respond have they been responding well to lately, I guess? Like that's or something. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think
question,
they're all looking.
What do they want? What do they want?
They'll say specifically on their website. So if you look, like I'd say I don't remember who said walk, but like I think like, was it Bell maybe? Or some of them are only looking for like more series based docs now, but some also are into features, like, and they also want more different stories now, because has been a trend of it being kind of one, I guess the whole, like with the film industry now, there is a push to have more representation behind the screen as well as on it. So to actually have more like interesting stories about that kind of stuff, and there is a push for that for sure. Seems like things have also gone back a bit to a little bit of a grassroots way. So like, it seems like it's like fine to have stuff shot sometimes, not the whole thing obviously, but like on webcam type style stuff, or like, you know, TikTok videos or whatever. Like it doesn't have to be like crazy and highly like a high budget type thing. There's more and more stuff for like smaller things like that. So they're all looking for something different, honestly. And I think just like new angles, because I guess films are being made all the time. So anything that's kind of different that shows good Canadian content is what they're looking for. It tends to be like a lot of geographic things, like Canadian content is, you know, really big in Canada, which makes sense. And same with the Newfoundland content's big in Newfoundland. So just telling the stories of people that are here and just showing that, hey, there's lots of different kinds of people here. And like, I think that's important, I think. And that's good that all that's happening now too. So it's great. Yeah, and go on their website, because they might say specifically, we don't do doc features. So don't waste your time pitching to someone that doesn't accept doc features, you know, stuff like that. But they'll let you know. And sometimes things like are temporary that come up. So there might be, we now have this one digital short series that we're looking for, and that will be a temporary thing. So it's good to have a list on your phone of ideas, because you might have an idea that suits exactly what they're looking for, and they'll let you know for sure. So, which is good, because they're pretty open about what that stuff, and then you can know.
Is there like a move more towards the series format at this point, or?
I don't know. I think so. Yes, because it just seems to keep people, I guess, like just from a business perspective, if you can do, because like a documentary, like a TV hour is 44 minutes. Whereas if you want to do like 10-minute shows, that's more time. So, and people will keep watching, so it keeps your audience up. So I think maybe it seems, in my opinion, from what I've looked at, there seems to be a lot more for series recently, but I could be wrong about that. But I've never done a series, except I've only done the one episode of a series, which is Canada's a Drag. And that was really fun. And that's, I think it had 2 seasons. I don't know if it's on its 3rd yet or not, or if it will, but it won best web series both years that it came out. So
it's fantastic, the episode you did. Did you find that there were any different challenges that like, because the format was different?
Actually, no, that was probably the smoothest thing I've ever shot, honestly, because it was pretty simple. I just did a sit-down interview, and we shot a bunch of B-roll, and it was short, so I guess it was easier in that sense. But and Jason was great to work with. I had a really good DP, Duncan DeYoung, who took care of visuals. So that was like one of the few times that I actually was able to sit back and just direct. So I found that was a huge difference for me, and I loved that. So honestly, that one went really smooth, and it was easier, I guess, too, because I was only doing 1 person versus 3 and dealing with like all the pre-production, because that I just got signed on to do. All the pre-production was pretty much done except for the creative stuff. So like, I didn't have to worry about budget. I didn't have to worry about any of that stuff, because I just got paid a lump sum to do my basic shoot, I guess. So
it seems like you're like the one that you're working on now, Set in Motion, definitely has like a bit had the had a lot of learning curves for you in terms of pre-production specifically. And
Definitely. And that's why I really wanted to do pre-production, because it was so difficult this time around. And there's so much to it. And it's like you don't really have much to show for your work until afterwards, because you're getting ready for the shoot. And it's just a lot of moving pieces that all kind of affect the other. So that's the hard part about it. And then again, stuff can just fall through. So, and that happens all the time. So it's important not to get discouraged by that stuff, because it happens to everybody. Just make sure you just plan for the best, hope for the best, but plan for the worst, I guess. That's the main thing, I guess, in film in general. But I mean, if you do your pre-production and do it well, your shoot should be pretty smooth and your edit should be smoother. It helps all the rest kind of flow. So you're really kind of doing the work ahead of time to help that and like make things run smoothly, especially communication is so huge in film. And pre-production helps that. It's the building blocks of that communication with your crew and, you know, broadcasters and yourself, even just to get an idea of where you're starting. So that's really good to do that. So it's painful sometimes, but it's necessary. It helps a lot.
for sure.
Yeah. And
yeah, I guess we're coming up to the end of the hour, but I wanted to ask you a question about like what are some of your favorite docs that have inspired you over the years?
Yeah, I've got a lot of favorites. I loved the super sad one that was filmed here, partially here, is Dear Zachary. I don't know if anyone's
Oh
seen
wow,
that one.
yes, yeah.
That one was very, very sad, but it was really well done, and it has a good message about changing the legal system around I guess custody of children and more on that. But and also with that one in particular, so there were things that happened during shooting that affected the story a lot in a huge way. I like that one. I really liked Blackfish a lot. I always talk about that one. That one's
yes.
That's a very traditionally done documentary, in that it was like sit down interviews. You could tell it was just heavily researched. And then they had like a big budget too, but they had a lot of like old archival footage, which is great. If you can get rights to that, it can be super expensive. And that one was just great. I like the message behind it about marine animals in captivity. I love that one.
That changed SeaWorld, or changed changed the world.
I know it did.
Really.
And that's the thing about documentaries, is they're so powerful. And if you even think back of like even the Michael Moore ones, there was one he did like I forget the name of it, but it basically compared the states to like different countries and what they did best. Like France was like food in schools, Norway was like prisons, and then Italy was like having a work-life balance, and I forget what the name of it, something invading. That'll come to me after this session's over. Anyway, it's really good. That one I loved. And his is like done in an actually it's funny because those 3 documentaries are done in very different styles. So Dear Zachary had a bit of voiceover, as well as the Michael Moore one. He always does voiceovers, which is funny. I've never done a voiceover one, but they can be like, sometimes it works really well, actually. Yeah, so I guess those are my favorites. They're all kind of old. I'm trying to think of new ones I've seen, but lately I've been into podcasts a lot too, so just jump around a bit.
Podcasts are films of the mind.
That is true. Yeah, no, but yeah, and I like to watch. There's lots of really good short ones too. Like you can say a lot in just a few minutes. You don't need that full hour or 2 hours to say something. There's even documentaries online that are 1 minute long, and they can say something too. And you don't need like a ton of funding for that stuff. You just need like, your story is the most important thing, but pre-production in a nutshell is very important and should not be taken lightly, I guess.
I feel like this is like a big question to drop at the end, but I was just wondering, like, this idea that you're kind of filming reality, like as it's unfolding in front of you, this idea of what documentary filmmaking is like, and you know, and you mentioned that like you're not that this misconception of objectivity, like is the goal to have it try to look like you are just simply like it's just simply unfolding? Like, how light of a touch do you want to make it look, in terms of the story that you are in fact telling as the filmmaker?
Yeah. Do you mean like my particular one or in general?
I guess just like your opinion as a documentary filmmaker, like, is that something that should be like, should you strive for that, or to kind of have like that bird's eye view, or how light, I guess for you, like how much of an imprint do you want?
I think for me, it's like it all depends on the actual film, because like I like to try out different things. So once I've done something and I have a little check mark there, I want to move on to something else. So currently for me, I've mostly tried to tell a well-rounded story that seems very objectional. I'm not saying that right. But actually, I think eventually I'd like to try almost maybe have one that's a little bit more opinionated, because like Blackfish was very much opinionated, but I'm trying to think if they did show the other side. They did a bit, but in a way that kind of further proved their point. But and again, it worked in the way they did it. So I would like to do something like that, but it would have to be something that I would feel very strongly about. And I'd like to try that at some point, but so far it's been mostly just like an overall objectional tone, I guess.
Mhm.
That's what I mean, rather than subjective. So I'd like to do something more, because Michael Moore, his documentaries are definitely very opinionated, and same with Blackfish. But then something like Dear Zachary, I guess, well, actually that's not a really good comparison, because that one, that's not a good comparison. So for the most part, a lot of them are a bit more like kind of an omniscient view.
Yeah, well, like your film, I think Flight of the Fisherman is a good comparison, like a good contrast, right? Like it seems like it's you just kind of in the car watching it is what it kind of feels like, you're along for the story.
Thanks.
Yeah.
And I like that. And sometimes it is nice to tell the story that way, definitely. But I'd like to just try my hand at other ways as well, just to see how it goes. But I think I prefer, actually, no, I don't. I like them all. They all work in their own ways, I think. So.
Hard to pick a favorite way of working.
Yeah, I know. I like trying new things. So for me, I'll definitely be trying some other styles out, I'm sure. I haven't done a voiceover one yet, but I will, and I want to make it work so it's not cheesy, hopefully. Yeah, but I think that's mostly all I have to say for today. I hope people enjoyed my talk and you learned hopefully something, and feel free to get in touch with me if you have any questions or want to see a budget. I'd be happy to send you mine, or any kind of release forms, or a marketing plan, or whatever else I talked about today. So just feel free to get in touch with me.
That was one really good, Lian. Thank you. I think like just getting a sense of the kind of research that you have to put into it, and marketing and funding and all those things, and like your experience with casting, those are really good things for people to hear about before like just jumping into it, for sure. Like all of that work in the beginning is gonna pay off in the end. So really good. Yeah.
Thanks so much, guys. And I guess I might stick around for a little bit, but I will mute my camera, I guess, and myself.
You need to work on your David Attenborough impersonation. For your narration.
Well, he's retired now, I think.
Oh gosh, there's a vacuum in the
there if I want it. I'll work on it soon. Get some voice tune or whatever in there.
You have to be just really kind of awestruck by everything, I guess.
I'll do a local one of like urban life in St. John's.
George Street.
George Street.
Typical George Street. I don't have a good one.
That's pretty good.
Oh, thank you.
Cool.
Now while we're here.
Thanks so much. I'm gonna, I guess, peace out for a little bit.
Thank you, Lian.
Yeah, thanks. And have fun, guys, for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and I posted a link to your Tinbird Productions website in the chat. So is that a good way for people to reach out to you if they want to? Yeah,
that's perfect. Yeah, feel free to reach out anytime. Cool.
And any final words?
Don't get discouraged by pre-production. It'll be worth it in the end, and keep your ideas coming, I guess, and just get those stories out there. I think it's important. That's pretty much it. And thanks.
Awesome.
All right, see ya.
Okay,
Thank you.
bye, Lian.
Bye.
Okay, so that was awesome. Lian is she just bought a house, I think, in Southside Hills, and I would love to if she ever wanted to do a documentary, some history of Southside Hills, because I'm so curious about it. It's like this enigma to me in the city. Anyways, just putting it out there, Lian. Okay, so we have Troy Maher joining us now, and Troy, I'll just give an introduction to Troy and some of his work, and then Elling, I don't know if you want to say a few words as well, but just welcome Troy. Troy is he's a Newfoundland cinematographer, videographer, whose adventurous spirit has seen him travel the world over, as far as I can tell, with his camera in his hand. He's worked on films, TV, documentary series. He's worked on New Woman, which was just beautifully shot. We screened that last year as part of the festival. Frontier, Cold War Cowboys, and most recently he is the director of photography for the award-winning feature documentary Hell or Clean Water, which the Nickel Independent Film Festival is screening on closing night, which is Sunday, July 25th. And so really looking forward to that. It's
hard to get out of the habit of saying night, but you can watch it in the morning too.
Yes, you can. I mean, you can watch it.
You can watch it at 3 a.m. I guess that's night, but 10 a.m.
You can watch it. You should
You can watch it on your phone.
You can watch it a couple of times throughout that period, really.
Yes,
Don't
watch it
on your phone.
times.
Yeah.
Troy's like, don't watch it on your phone.
No. It's so funny you say that, because I just did a music video, and it's funny because you bring all the gear and you do all these things and you do everything to make it look great, and then it's this big.
Yes, right.
It's like, at least turn it like sideways, right?
Right, it's not even the full like area of the screen. It's just like anyway.
Yeah, you get the black bars on top and bottom, so it's even smaller. So what's going on with the world? It's getting smaller and smaller again.
Yeah, then the videos are getting shorter and shorter, so it's kind of interesting. Yeah, but you're going to talk to us today, I guess, like about some of these essentials of cinematic photography and camera operation, and maybe some framing and lighting design, just kind of whatever you want.
Just a few things.
just a
handful of things.
But basically, when it's just, there's such an emotional impact that's to be had from the shot, from the use of the camera. So if I'm hoping to hear a little bit about how filmmakers can use their camera and images to achieve that. And because it's definitely even just watching the trailer for Hell or Clean Water, like, it's very emotive, and from the shots. So some insight into how you do that, I'm looking forward to hearing. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's I don't get to do many Zoom calls, so I'm just happy to be out on Zoom.
Yes. Well, we're happy to oblige.
No, this is great. I mean, documentary means a lot to me. It's something that I never actually intentionally got into doing. Early days, this just started off as, skateboarding for me. This was just going out and filming the gang skateboarding. And, right around the time when Hell or Clean Water started to happen, it was really, I was just trying to find a way to, start telling stories with just your camera, right? Take the words out of it, take the story out of things. And how can you just, use documentary to tell a story with just your camera? let the director deal with the words and the actors and the talent, and then it's just like you focus on the shots. So Hell and Clean Water was a great example for that, because we were on land, we were underwater, and we were in the air. So it was super challenging to to figure out how to mash all the three pieces and really tell Sean's story. So like I said, I'm happy to be here.
And that's really interesting. I'm sure that so many filmmakers got their way into film through filming skateboarders.
Yeah, I don't know. It was something about that time. It was like, I guess it was just when the handy cam started to become popular.
Mm-hmm.
And it was right around the same time that Jackass and those guys were on the go. And it just like, it
really
made
inspiring.
I know, right? To think back now, it's like not at all inspiring. But back then it was like, you can film yourself doing random things and people will watch this. It's super strange. Like, you can go beyond just filming tricks and showing videos to doing skits, and you can take it a lot of other ways. So it's it was fun, and there are pro skateboarders that are filmmakers now, right? Of course.
Yeah.
Where the Wild Things Are. I can't think of the director right now.
Right.
On the spot.
What's his name? Yeah, he's very famous. Spike Jonze.
Jones, yeah, of course,
He's
right?
the big one, yeah.
Skateboarding company and stuff. And Adam, gosh, names are terrible when you're on the spot.
Oh,
my name is Earl. He was the lead character in that.
Oh yeah, Jason.
Someone.
I'm on Google duty here.
Yeah.
His kid's name is Pilot Inspector. I know that.
Yeah,
it was like weird time. The 90s really bred a lot of skateboarder filmmakers. Nick Sexton, local filmmaker, of course. He's from the same sort of time.
He's interesting too, because he comes from a kind of filmmaker family too. Mary Sexton.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
then he just does his own thing. One thing that I love, I find about your video, and this makes sense that you started off with filming skateboarding, is it's really dynamic. It's like really kind of like all the shots are kind of exciting and different angles, and so it seems like you experiment a lot. Did you come to it because of that, or like where does that come from for you?
I think that probably indirectly has something to do with it. But I really like, I kind of, I like things simple. I'm a simple person. So it's like when I think of cinematography, I just think of motion picture. And what that means is like movement. You've got still photography, which is literally things still. So when I try to shoot things, I always try to move. Always. And you can't really move willy-nilly sometimes. You got to kind of do it with purpose, and you got to kind of make sure it's still within the story and the realm of things. But movement is key. It helps your edit, because you can cut at any point during movement, and it just helps with the boredom. Not that you'd get bored, but it's like, if you're in this for 60 minutes and it's composed of, a few static interviews, it's hard to stay tuned, right? And you're kind of taken out of the story, which is a disservice to the film itself and the director. So, this all kind of bundles into one of the first things I wanted to talk about, which was, building a cinematic language. I think that's very important. This kind of falls into your prep as well, with your DP or your director, because usually, the director is hiring a DP. So there's a bit of a disconnect at first, whether it's with a friend or not. And so the first step is you want to establish that language. And what I mean by that is like, do you want the story to move? Do you want it to flow? What sort of color palettes you like, and framing and reference material. You really want to get on the same page, because when you're in the day and everything, the ass is just falling out of everything and it's just mayhem. You're just trying to get the shots. It's like, you don't want to think about all those things. You want to already have this conversation before, so that when you're in the moment and in the zone, you know what you're there for. So I think,
It's interesting.
Is important.
Oh, sorry to interrupt. I just was excited by this idea, like the discussing with the people that are making the film, or the director particularly, like what their goals are. And so Hans Zimmer did a master class that I watched recently about scoring, and he would talk to filmmakers for like have year-long conversations with these people before they even shot the first shot or anything, just trying to get things together. I think what he was working with the director of Thin Red Line for like a full year, and talking to him for a full year beforehand. So that's interesting to hear that. I mean, that makes sense totally for cinematography.
You really want to beat it to death, right? And you want to make sure you're making the same movie, because there's no worse scenario than you're in the editing room and it's like it's in a total different place than what you thought, which is okay. I mean, in documentary, that's going to happen. But it's like, you just want to, it's just, you need to be on the same page, and you need to help, because it helps the cohesive look of a film too. If you're totally walking into something with a plan and you know everything, you've done your prep work, basically. It's camera prep. It really pays off in the end. So, it's a conversation you got to have, and you got to beat it to death with your directors if they don't normally beat it to death with you first. Yeah. So, so should I guess I could just go break down a bit more about cinematic language at all, or, do you guys?
Absolutely. Yeah. Like, how do you,
Sure. Okay. Because actually I'm just going through my notes here. I've got a funny story I want to share actually about Hell or Clean Water. Because originally it was, before Hell or Clean Water was Hell or Clean Water, it was a music doc. And so we were following bands, and, it didn't quite work out. It didn't pan out. And I remember having this conversation with Cody. He was super bummed out because we decided we were going to follow Sean, and it was another Newfoundland story. And nothing wrong with Newfoundland stories, but we were like, man, we wanted to follow rock stars. We were a little bit beat up about it. And now we're here in Newfoundland again, filming people on the wharf, which, is very beautiful, of course, but, you kind of get sick of it. So that was when we really started to chat about, how could we shoot this differently than most things we've seen. And to speak to that, I mean, the tourism ads, right? The big scenic vistas and the weird quirkiness about Newfoundland. Excuse me. So we wanted to avoid that altogether. So we just sat down and we hashed out basics of how we were going to do this, and so that came up with we decided to come up with, wide shots very close in his face, because it's an intimate story with Sean, and long shots from far away, because at the same time, Sean is nervous having people around, and we don't want to see the background. We kind of wanted to keep it as intimate as we could with Sean to, so you can really connect with him, because he was nervous on camera at first. And, it was easier to get what we needed from everything when we just followed those rules, we thought. So it's like, you're going to face challenges, and things are going to come up, but, you got to stick with your plan and find your language, and, it will work out.
And as a camera person, like, how do you get people used to you being there? Do you just be there, spend time with them?
Yeah, that's basically it. You kind of show up. I think that it's never really a good idea to just show up with cameras rolling. because it's a big bug eye. I think of the camera as a big bug eye in your face, right? And you show up with this guy that's not blinking, ominously staring at you. It's awkward.
The eye of Sauron.
Exactly. So it's like you just show up and you have a natural conversation and you introduce yourself. Here's our crew, and if you can give anybody a little bit of insight as to what it is you're exactly after, it just kind of eases their mind, because you want people to be themselves, as quick as you can, and, not take them out of the moment. So, yeah.
What kind of time?
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Sandy.
No, I was just curious, like, what kind of time did you guys spend with Sean? Like, because it is such an intimate story. Like,
yeah, we spent a few days just going up and hanging out with Sean and just seeing what it is that he's doing, because it was totally new to us. Diving was new to us. Collecting garbage was new to us, or even acknowledging the fact that the garbage in Newfoundland was a problem, right? So we just went and we hung out with him for a few days, and then we gave him his own camera so he could start to film himself first and get used to it. Because
right. I was wondering, like, did you have to learn how to dive in order to shoot this film?
We did, yeah. I mean, that was something that came up right away. Was I'm very hands-on, and I like to be part of every piece that I can. Call me a control freak if you want, but yeah, I had to learn to dive. So, it took a few weeks even just to learn how to dive so I can get into the water with Sean, because it had to happen, because that's how Sean was himself underwater, and so that faced a whole other slew of challenges on its own. But, you got to be committed to the story. So I think.
What a cool opportunity. I mean,
yeah, it was pretty awesome, man. I got to say, though, it's very tough to dive in Newfoundland, and it's very cold.
Do you mean cold? Yes.
Colder than expected. And we went out in the middle of January. There's some stuff where he's diving through ice, and you have to be out in it and operate your camera. And
God, suffering for your art, I guess.
Basically, yeah. So,
I mean, with diving, is there any kind of different, like, what is different about cinematography underwater than on land?
Oh wow,
I mean, I'm sure a lot, but
it's a lot. It was a big learning curve for sure. The biggest thing being the chill factor. You could get down there sometimes and it's like -5 degrees and the water's not frozen. It's just saline. And it's so cold, it makes your eyes go weird because your brain's not functioning as it should. And then, you can have a lot of technical issues too. Like we had a camera freeze up because it was so cold. The entire inside of the housing was just totally frozen. So you couldn't see anything. We've had suits. I've had my suits bust open basically and fill up with water when I'm 40 feet down below. So it's there's all kinds of crazy challenges, let alone lighting and composition and framing. It's a whole other world.
Right. You wouldn't have a crew down there with you.
No, well, we did. We were lucky enough on Hell or Clean Water. We did have a crew because I was a new diver.
Okay.
You need to have a safety diver with you as well. So there were instances where it was my stuff's all screwed up. I can't get in the water right now. We need to capture this. So we would send people down with GoPros, because they couldn't operate the proper camera, but we at least captured things. That's the most important part, right? Is you at least got to get the footage. So you can, edit it, create a story out of it.
So when you're thinking about how to capture these things in these different landscapes, how do you plan to be the cinematography? How do you plan that out?
Yeah, it's a tough question.
No, it's a big question.
I know.
Is it different for every project, or do you just
It
have to
is.
think on
You
your
know what?
your
It really
feet, or-
is. It all depends on the story. I hate to say it, and I hate when people tell me that answer, but it really depends on the story, right? Because it's like I said, it comes back to your cinematic language you're going for. Um, you know, maybe you're limited a bit by budget, and so you can only use a specific camera. So that might limit you in some ways, like, you know, with a GoPro. You know, you can't, it's great to stick to all sorts of things, but maybe it doesn't look great when it's blown up or something like that, right? So it's like you really need to sort of sit down, have a conversation, and really break down what the story is and what the story needs and how you can deliver it. Yeah, I mean, and I think I'll try to stick. I got some more notes here. I'll try to stick to these things. I'm kind of rambling here.
That's fine. I'm dragging you off in different directions.
It's okay. I like it. It's I don't do this very often, so it's like the more questions you can throw at me, this is great.
Perfect. And anybody in the anybody watching online, feel free to put your comment in there, and we'll bring it to Troy at a good moment. So
Yeah,
feel
deadly.
free to drop your questions in there.
Awesome. But I mean, you know, so I think I'll just go back to the basics though. Like, you know, it all basically comes down to cameras and lights, as always. So, you know, maybe I'll speak a little bit to, you know, deciding on a camera, because that's a big challenge for people. You know, most people nowadays are lucky enough to have those little DSLRs, which are freaking great. I mean, they saved us on hella clean water. And we use them for everything because you can put them on a gimbal. Drones nowadays, you can put them on. They're great. They really changed filmmaking like tenfold. You know, but you need to decide though. I mean, geez, need to back up a bit here. Getting ahead of myself. I mean, okay, so yeah, let me just talk. Okay, so let me just break down the conversations you would have to find your cinematic language. Because some good things to talk about would be, you know, if you want to shoot this in handheld or like on sticks, you know, who's going to do your audio? It's a good thing you want to think about. And then lenses is another thing as well. In doc world, I find zoom lenses usually work best because it saves you the time from having to swap your lens, of course. Even doing handheld versus, you know, on sticks, you know, it's like the size of your camera is going to matter. If you've got to lug it around and on your shoulder all day, it's going to be, you want a smaller camera and a more nimble camera. Excuse me, so you can move around and get those shots all the time. What else? Yeah, no sweat. You know, and lighting as well. I mean, lighting plays a big piece of it. It kind of complements the camera. Thankfully, Newfoundland's got a lot of overcast. So, you know, you can get by with just a bounce and a negative fill. Negative fill are like, they are the gods, they are saviors in Newfoundland. Piece of black fabric is the savior of lighting in Newfoundland because we get those big, long, overcast days. So it's always great to just shape your light. And then
how do you do that? How do you do that with that?
Yeah, so I mean, they're black. All they do, I mean, cameras nowadays are so good. They got great low light sensitivity, and you can bump the ISO up to like 16 million if you want. So it's like these guys they take away light, essentially. So I mean, I don't know if you can see my face at all, but even just sort of, you know, you walk that in, you can add a bit of shape to my face, you take it away, it's kind of flat, you know, or you can outright block out a window if you need to. You know, you can do a lot with just a one. Muted myself. Yeah, I mean, those things are great. We use them for everything. Nowadays, like just recently I did some car stuff. And so we had like 50 feet pieces of black fabric just around the car, just so we could take away light, because there's just, on an overcast day, there's just so much light. How do you deal with it? You could try to blast more light, which is like, you know, it's fine. You can do that. It takes time, but for the most part, just take it away. You can shape it and get curves. So that's a good trick. I
It's
also,
funny, with carve videography, or advertising in videography in general, I guess, like they're looking for something that looks so perfect.
yeah.
So I don't know what my question is, but like, did you just like experiment so much that you have all of these kind of tricks, or like know how to tweak something?
It's like, it works like math. There's a foundation there that you got to build on for sure. But Instagram, connecting with other people and asking other people how they did stuff is the quickest way to learn things. Like, you can just, you know, I follow a bunch of people on Instagram in LA. One guy just does car commercials. So I can just easily in 2 seconds ask him, you know, hey, this is my first time doing a car thing. Any tips? And then boom, he'll give you 20 years of knowledge in like 5 seconds. So, I mean, that's always the biggest thing, is just reaching out and asking people. Because somebody's done it. A lot of movie making isn't being creative and coming up with your own thing for the first time. It's just something that's built upon something else that's been done.
Right.
So we've been at it 100 years. So there's sort of a method to the madness.
And I guess a beginner would be afraid of reaching out to these people, but I guess they're just nerds and they love talking about their stuff, you know.
That's it, exactly, right? Like, it's funny you say that. I'm always getting lenses and stuff, and my girlfriend calls it my rock collection. But it's like, you know, it's just great to talk to someone who cares about like your lenses and stuff. So it's like, online, I'll geek out and I'm the coolest guy around, but at home, I just got a rock collection.
Lame rock collection.
Yeah.
Look at this cool rock. Oh, cool. Looks shiny.
Yeah, absolutely. Any questions at all from people watching?
No, nothing from them. But Sandy, do you have any questions? You've been building up?
That I've been building up. No, I've actually just really been enjoying just listening to this idea of cinematic language, and just that concept has been interesting to hear about. So I don't know if you kind of are speaking more on that. Or...
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, maybe the process for Hell or Clean Water. Like, how did you talk to Cody about what he wanted?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, with Hell or Clean Water, it was right away we wanted to do, you know, we wanted to focus on Sean, obviously. You know, Newfoundland for us, we've shot it a lot. So our big challenge, it actually didn't make it into the film, but, you know, the whole thing was sort of based on catching ghost nets. Originally, the film with him was trying to catch ghost nets. And our challenge was, how do you do that? So, you know, we kind of had all the toys. We wanted to incorporate diving, because Sean is obviously diving underwater. We wanted to incorporate aerial, because it's a cool way of looking at a guy in the water. And then the actual underwater stuff, we really wanted to try to catch a ghost net visually underwater. How do you see a ghost that's invisible was the question. It's very hard. So we talked about it a lot, you know, and we rented all the toys, because we were going to make this an ode to the ocean, essentially. So we had an underwater ROV that we had rented, and we went out quite a bit and practiced with that, trying to drive this little tethered machine under the water. Not very easy to do, not very efficient. We took it out a few times and drove around Petty Harbor, and then that was it for us. So you will not find a ghost net with one of these ROVs. And then so we decided to just stick with diving underwater. And then that brought, as I said, that brought on its own challenges of its own. So, you know, we, losing my train of thought here, sorry. Yeah, so it was a lot of conversations about, you know, how we wanted to do this. We did reference tourism, and we did reference like a lot of the things local to Newfoundland, but we really wanted to focus on Sean. So, you know, we talked a lot about like, you know, we shared a lot of documentaries we did like, a lot of references on things like that of other projects that we enjoyed. But the big thing with this one was the gear, right? Because organizing gear was very hard. There's camera gear involved, there's lighting gear involved. But then now there's a layer of diving gear as well. So, you know, like
how were you sourcing finding this stuff, or is it just available?
A lot of it's local.
Okay.
A lot of it you can get locally. I ended up I bought a camera for this project. Funny enough, I threw down, I got a pretty nice new camera. And then COVID happened in the middle of filming this. And it sort of changed everything, because originally we wanted to do it on an Alexa and then have some nice underwater dive stuff done with the Alexa. And then right away, budget came into play. You can't afford an Alexa underwater. Costs more than one on land. And we're not going to be around all the time because now everybody's in lockdown. And Sean was in Twillingate, and he was also going to be in Bay Roberts. So we had to, you know, sort of figure out, okay, well, how are we going to capture Sean when he's away all the time? So we gave him a GoPro. We gave his wife, Stanine, a video camera. And then we kind of had to forget that this was going to be shot on an Alexa because, you know, we had to just, it quickly became mixed media. So yeah, there was a lot of challenges.
Yeah.
Am I answering the cinematic language thing? I feel like I'm
sure.
so like,
oh no, that's
all over the place here.
I mean, this is good. It's all just a conversation.
Cameras,
it's exactly like filming a doc, you know. It's like you just move on your feet. Lian Morrison is asking, what do you find is the hardest thing about shooting docs? Maybe that it comes down to cinematic language.
Yeah, that's a good question. The hardest thing about shooting docs, I would have to say the hardest thing for me would be my own pet peeve. This is something. My own pet peeve.
Let's get into it.
Yeah, doing docs is very fun, but my one pet peeve about doing a doc, just because I'm a camera guy and it's a visual thing, when you're in a room with a bunch of other people and they're looking at you and talking to you, you naturally want to stand in the corner. And I always find it so hard to like, because you're kind of almost leading someone with the camera at the same time. So you kind of need to figure out ways to like squeeze them out of the corner and then more so into the center of the room so you can have some space to shoot around them. I find
you have to kind of like push them around.
Yeah, essentially, you know, you're like, you kind of want to, if you see someone walking, you kind of almost like have to be there before them because you know that they want to walk that way, and you sort of got to try to run around and block them off because you can't interrupt what they're saying or whatever. So you develop these little weird ways of sort of hurting people.
That's hilarious. That's really funny.
Yeah, because I also
it makes sense.
Yeah, it totally makes sense. I also find too, you know, it's like you're kind of, when you're a cameraman, you're kind of learning you study people, right? You're anticipating when they're going to go pick up that pencil to write something down. You also need to learn sort of like lulls in conversation, because you're going to want to try to pick up your close up of, say that pencil within that one take, right? Because they might not be in that position 10 minutes from now. So there's a lot of like sort of just human instinct, and you really got to listen. I find when you're filming documentaries, you need to listen to what they're saying, what's being said. And at the same time, of course, you're watching, but besides your focus and your composition, you need to watch what they're doing. So there's a trick to it. That's all, you pick it up after the years, right? You do it enough, you kind of learn people.
Yeah, well, it must be so intense. Like, it must be your brain must be going a mile a minute, just like trying to predict things and like calculations that for your focus and pulling focus. I don't know.
It is, but it isn't. It gets to a point where it starts to feel just like you're dancing almost.
Oh, cool.
You're kind of floating around, right? It's to go back to that dynamicness you were talking about, right? You kind of want to be there. You want to be a fly on the wall, and you want to be able to float around. Just so you can, you can squeeze as many shots and angles as you can out of each scene.
Yeah. Sean Jessam has a question about, he says, I'm interested in introducing motion into footage without things feeling Blair Witch.
Get very good at squats.
Oh, really?
The squat position. Yeah. I mean, you might see it on my Instagram the odd time, but if you walk with a very heavy squat, you can kind of get rid of a lot of that jitterness. And another good tip too is if you want to get rid of the wobble in your camera, it's just put some extra weight on it. It's kind of counterintuitive, but throw some weight on there and you should that'll get you a little more solid.
That's great. Like, man, your legs must be very strong.
No, I'm just very skinny. I'm light. They don't need to they don't need to support much.
Right. Tyler Bury has a question. Do you have any go-to lens or favorite lens that you use?
Oh gosh, yes.
Quite a lot.
100%. As everyone, actually, I get asked
favorite rock.
My favorite rock. I shoot. A lot of people are now shooting usually either full frame or Super 35. Full frame being your DSLRs, your smaller guys. And then Super 35 is usually, it's a crop sensor. It's usually on like, the Alexa has one, the FS7 has one. So I love full frame, but I love shooting Super 35. It's my thing. 24 mil, you can't beat it. It's a 35 mil on full frame. I think it's probably everybody's widest favorite lens that they don't know about, but hands down, it's the 24. I've got a set of Canon FDs, and the 24-1.4 is just, it's amazing. I love it. Beautiful rainbow flares. Try a 24 mil. And actually, that's actually a fun. Using a prime lens to just shoot a documentary is kind of a fun way of doing things, because it really makes you think more about your shot. I find when you have a zoom lens, you can get kind of lazy. You can just, it's just zoom in or zoom out, but it's like it changes everything. Your perception is changed when you zoom in or change your focal length. So that's actually a good challenge. You should try to film some things with just one lens, because you'll find you need to walk in to make it work, or walk out, or it adds a fun element to filmmaking.
It puts you in the middle of it too, I guess. Like,
it does,
you're not far away from it. You're
there's something to be said about like that goes back to my skateboarding days too, right? I always just love being right there. Like, I just love sticking my camera in someone's face,
having the danger.
Yeah, because you're vulnerable when you're in that position, right? It's anybody. I feel vulnerable right now with a camera in my face. So it's like you get the true person, and that's like really what you're going for in documentary, is you need to make the person comfortable and really get them being themselves, which is easier said than done, man. It's very hard to do.
Yeah. Sean asked another question. If someone is talking and you focus away from them, is there another camera that continues to roll on the person, or do you have multiple cam setups or something?
Oh gosh, I would love if you guys, anybody with an Alexa Mini want to come out and tag along someday on a doc, that would be fantastic. That's what makes it hard. I mean, looking back, if I think Cody would actually agree. If we could have had 2 cameras rolling on a documentary, that would save so much in the post-production process. Because what happens is when you're rolling with a single camera, you're picking up shots basically when you can. So like something will happen, say, Sean, our guy, he walks down to the wharf and picks up some tires. He might only do that once. So it's like, you might need to get him to redo it. And then you're kind of stitching your frame together based around that. So you're kind of working backwards. So, yeah. I can't remember what the question was.
I don't remember it.
Sorry.
I'm just thinking like, just in terms of like whether you have 1 camera or 2, like how much footage did you have to get for this film? Like,
Oh
and then,
my goodness.
you
Yeah.
know, like
Hours and hours of footage. Like, that's the biggest thing. If I could give any advice to anybody who's making a documentary is, don't feel bad about not using everything. Sometimes, it might be the most beautiful things you've ever shot, or, the most emotional piece of a story. You shouldn't just use it for those reasons, because ultimately it has to fit into your whole story. With Hell or Clean Water, we shot for like a year and a half. I mean, endless hours and hours and hours of footage, and like full scenes that haven't even made the film. And only very small chunks. You never even know. That's what's crazy about making a doc, is like we followed Sean for a year and a half, and you know everything about this guy by the time it's all said and done. And you've seen him at his best and you've seen him at his worst. And then you kind of just let the director do his thing. And then a few months later, you're going to see the film and it's like, holy crap, I don't even remember shooting half of that. And and a lot of stuff that I thought would make it that was really great was just never made it. But that's because ultimately you're just trying to work out a story. So you need to capture everything, and you need to be able to kill your darlings, because a lot of the times, a lot of those darlings aren't going to make it.
so you'd say like, rather than, putting the importance on like planning the shots, like, and kind of being deliberate, like it's just shoot it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always good to know what you want out of a scene. Like, it's good to have context.
Yeah, for sure.
But for the most part, it's a lot of you got to shoot everything. Shoot it all, because you don't know what you're going to use. I'm trying to think of a good example of that. Gosh, I mean, just recently, I did a picture start, and we were burning a shed, and it was like we'd shot everything we needed, and the shed was just still burning. And because it looked cool, I was just shooting it. Like, it wasn't a scene, it wasn't needed. I just got a bunch of different shots of this shed burning, and they ended up using it all and needed more, because just once you're sitting down with the edit, you don't know what pieces you'll need, because you're trying to find time or lose time, and so shoot everything. Twice.
Wait, twice, yeah, with 6 cameras strapped to your body.
Exactly.
Always crouching. The yeah, so when you're dealing with so much footage, like are you responsible for categorizing it or cataloging it or marking it? Like how do you,
Yeah, I mean,
I'm mystified by how you even, you know,
yeah, well, it's
categorize it.
all, when you're on the road, it's definitely up to yourself to sort of dump and back up footage. It's always like, during this, when we were on the road, there was just so much footage, you couldn't sort and organize it. And thankfully we had the budget to have an assistant editor. But when you're at home and you're doing this by yourself, totally, you're going to go through folders and clips and sort it all and organize it. And then double check it because you want to make sure you've backed it up and you're not going to erase your card. It's a lot to it. Yeah, I do a lot of the Newfoundland tourism commercials, and we're in like, sometimes we're in like 5 or 6 different spots in a day, and it's like, to do that is just, you got to record every single shot and what is what, just so the editor can have an easier look at it and he knows which takes are best. Even just to do that in a day, it's 5 shots or 5 locations, to organize it. Seems like it's fine, it's nothing. But when you have like 1,000 shots on your card, it's like, it gets a bit hairy and things can get sort of, mixed up. But you learn your workflows and you keep it all organized, because it can get very tangly very quickly to just have thousands of gigabytes of footage that you have to sift through. It doesn't make it easy for anybody.
What's one question I want to ask? We're coming up to about 10 minutes left. But yeah, for like in documentary, I guess framing is as important as any other thing. But are there any tips for framing documentaries in particular that you'd want to share?
You know what? Yeah. What could I speak to on that? Obviously framing is super important. Of course it is. It's that's really, when you work with a director, it's a little strange, because it's like you're helping someone else achieve their vision, and you can talk about references and looks, but ultimately, like, the framing and the composition and what's in the frame, that's where it comes down to the director of photography. No matter what, it's gonna innately have his look to it because of that. And I think you always got to try to find the beauty within, like, because sometimes you're in places where it's not the prettiest and you really do got to hunt down and find your frames, but that's all sort of part of the challenge, right? You're kind of trying to find that beauty within everything. We're filming Sean literally picking up stinky trash from the ocean, and it's like, how do we make this look good? Right? So it's like, you get him to put it on the edge of a wharf or something, right? And it so has like this nice, beautiful scenic backdrop, even though it's just garbage. There's beauty in it. There's beauty in everything.
Yeah, I guess.
So you just need
the contrast between the beauty of the landscape and then the garbage that's there. Maybe.
Exactly. Right. Exactly. And even so, I mean, I don't know if you've seen the film or not, but like everything underwater it's awful. It's muddy. It's all turned up. It's, it's literally garbage. And you pull it out and you see these beautiful things that were this beautiful landscape. And then you pull out the garbage and then they're this like out of sight, out of mind trash just on the beach. Right. And it's just such a great juxtaposition for the film and what Sean's up to, because it's kind of awful what we're doing to our oceans. We throw so much trash out there and we forget about it, until you can see it actually up on a wharf, what 50 tires looks like. It's kind of heartbreaking. I don't know where I was going with that, but
Oh yeah, making it look good, making the trash look good.
Yeah, sorry.
No, so yeah, I guess. Do you have any advice for someone who is just getting into making films and thinking about making a documentary? What kinds of things would you have liked to know at the beginning of a project or your work?
Man, you know what? If I could, I'm like, I hate, I love being behind the camera personally, right? I hated being on the camera and stuff. I tried it when I was younger. Because there's like, you got to have this confidence to be on camera, to be an actor. I think you need to have this confidence, right? And so that's why I sort of went behind the camera, because I was like, I hate looking at myself or whatever. But you also need to have the confidence behind the camera as well. And I think the biggest bit of advice I can give to anybody is to just love what it is you're shooting and do your best. And you need to, don't shoot something and hope other people will tell you it looks good. You need to shoot it for yourself and have confidence in, this is good. What I'm doing looks great and I love it, because that's just a weird thing that will somehow translate through any picture. I find, if a movie or a project was a good time, somehow that translates through the edit and it's a good time. It gives you this good positive energy. And I think it's the same with being behind the camera. It's just be confident in your framing. And when you hit that record button, love it, because like, otherwise don't hit the record button if you don't love it. Because, you're expressing yourself, and it's like, it's okay to make mistakes and screw things up, but you got to own what you've shot at the end of the day, because it's so final. It can be manipulated and shaped in an edit, but everything that you record on the day is like, you made the decision to record that, and you need to be confident that it's the best that you can deliver in that scenario.
It's really cool. I love that idea that you have to love it, like you're
Yeah, because it's like, what's the point if you're doing it 50%? It's like you're kind of wasting everyone's time in a sense. You got to love what you do, right? I'm a big fan of that. You got to love what you do, and you got to work at what you do, because nothing comes naturally. You got to put in your 10,000 hours or whatever. Some people are lucky and just are great at it, but most of us got to work at it.
Do you have like some upcoming work that you want to talk about? I feel like you could like do career coaching after that, because life coaching. That was wonderful advice. But in terms of like your chosen craft, like what do you have in the pipes? Anything you want to talk about?
I do, actually. I'm working on myself and my good business partner, Cecil Johnson. We're working on a reality TV show, I hope.
Cool.
We're in development now. We're in stage 2 of development. So it's
The Bachelor Newfoundland.
Yeah, basically. No, we're up in Bonavista. Vista. We're following John Norman.
Oh, amazing. Wow.
Yeah, so he's this eccentric character up in Bonavista Vista who is currently the mayor. He's flipping a bunch of houses and sort of, giving this. He's kind of bringing Bonavista Vista back up on its feet. We're calling it Building Bonavista Vista because, in a sense, that's what he's at and his crew are at up there. So stay tuned for that one. Hoping that'll be on CBC in fall 2023.
He's like the Zeta Cobb of Bonavista. He's been revitalizing. He really brought.
It's not just John. I will say that. It's a lot of people that are really they're kind of doing the small town thing in a new approachable way, and it's kind of, they're seeing everybody live together. You know, I mean, I'll use John's cheesy quote, a rising tide floats all boats, but that's essentially what's going on in Bonavista, Vista, right? If some people get some success and they share it, and that sharing continues on, you know, everybody will do well.
Has there been much difference like between how you've approached shooting this? Like how is that?
That's actually a very good question, because I'm pretty laid back, and I'm pretty comfortable putting a camera in your face if I have to. And John is kind of the opposite. He really hates that. So it's like, you know, you kind of need to play a little bit of a chameleon in a sense. And, you know, you're trying to think of other ways to capture John because he doesn't like a camera in his face. You kind of got to get some things sort of after the fact with other people involved.
It becomes like nature documentary. Like you have to
Sort
kind of
of.
hide yourself behind a bird blind.
Yes, exactly. Right. So it's, you know, yeah, you need to shift you need to learn to adapt a little bit for sure.
Huh.
Because you'll learn right away. I mean, if if you're working in docs and you can pick up on people when they're uncomfortable or whatever. Right. So you kind of need to be mindful of that.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to alienate the people you're following at the same time.
So like, how would you frame something differently under that scenario?
Yeah, I mean, it would be, you know, that would be something to like, you know, you go in a longer lens, just so you can get a little bit more distance away from them. You know, in terms of framing, you know, I don't think much would change for the framing. You'd probably have to, you know, I don't think it would change a whole lot of the framing. Yeah, I think you got to be kind of conscious. You kind of want to stay out of the eye line, I guess, is what you're after. You stay out of his eye line, and then you're kind of, so it's a lot of over the shoulders, you know, reverse over the shoulders instead of on someone's front. You're kind of on their back, filming them as they're looking over their shoulder, sort of thing.
Right.
So there are little creative ways that you can do to get around any sort of challenges, but it comes down to just playing with them, I guess, really, and seeing how your talent is comfortable being on camera.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're at our time, but I wanted to ask one last question. Like, do you have any like kind of inspiring documentaries that you've like that you really have loved or that inspired your work?
My gosh, you know what? I honestly, you guys were talking with David Attenborough earlier.
Yeah.
If I didn't get sent, my grandparents sent me these little National Geographic Wild Things videos when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Those were such a huge inspiration for me because, you know, you grew up in Newfoundland, downtown Newfoundland, and it's like cheetahs. Guys, we ain't got those around here. It's like, it just, you know, camera stuff for me, it's all very visceral, right? I just love to see things I haven't seen before. So, you know, Blue Planet, Living Planet, all of those things, I think those are all amazing. Blue Planet especially is just, it's unreal. There are lakes under the ocean, just so for people who haven't seen Blue Planet, you need to watch it because there are lakes under the ocean.
And then there's the like challenge that like, how do you capture these ideas or like these things?
Yeah, the technical side of it all too is just mind blowing, right? It's all cutting edge technology, but it's done so well that it looks seamless. It looks, you know, like, oh, you could go out and do that yourself, but it's never the case. And then lastly, a newer one though, Wild Wild Country. Okay. Is man, just the cinematography on that, I've knocked it off a whole bunch. It just looks so good. It's about basically a cult of yogis move into small town USA and build a giant cult up in the mountain. Phenomenal story. And it, you know, brings in a lot of outsiders that are like, hey, who are these people? Anyways, there's murder involved. It looks great. We love it.
Bit of drama.
Excellent.
Yes, it hits everything. Wild Wild Country is a good one.
And like, do you have any like advice for beginner filmmakers? I guess we touched on this earlier, but like, what any
Yeah,
last?
honestly, the biggest advice I could say to anybody is don't be shy. If you've got any questions, just get in touch with anybody. That is including myself. You know, a lot of this isn't figure it out yourself for the first time. It's been done. I hate to say it, like everything's been done. So that means there are a lot of experts in those fields, whatever it is you're after. Don't be shy, get in touch and do it. Shoot every day if shooting is your thing, or, you know, interviewing, ask, interview anybody. I'm a big fan of doing what you love, and you just need to do it every day to get better, because you're gonna, you'll be happy when you grow. Keep growing.
Amazing.
Solid advice.
Yeah, excellent. Keep growing. Thanks so much. That was really that was
Yeah,
really
guys,
amazing.
I hope I hope somebody picked something up from this. I feel like I got a whole bunch of notes, and the second I sit down in this chair, it's just gone. I can't even read. I forgot how to read. I didn't even know I could forget.
It happens.
No, it was great. It was great. I think
Yeah.
there's like there's some really solid, like very useful information in there. Absolutely. Like,
I hope. I'm much more competent behind the camera, is all I have to say.
well, like with that, like everyone do watch Hell or Clean Water. It's really beautifully shot, and the story itself is it's really cool. And so
you can book it. You can book your ticket now, and it'll be available to watch on Sunday, next Sunday.
Yes, please watch. I mean, it was life-changing for me, and I hope anybody who can see it will have their life changed in some way also, because Sean is very inspirational, and what he's doing means something. It's very important.
yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So I have so your web address is tmcine.ca.
That's it.
That's it. And if anybody has any questions after the fact, can they reach out to you?
Oh God,
via
yeah,
that way?
anytime. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, don't be shy.
All right, I'll post
Ask
that.
away. I might even have a question back. Who knows?
Right. It's all just circle of learning.
There you go.
Well, thanks a lot, Troy.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. And who's up next? What do you guys got next?
We have a break coming up now for lunch, and after that, who do we have? It's a full slate here. Jamie Miller.
No, we have Jamie Miller.
Okay, great. Yeah, Jamie's awesome.
Yeah, and
Looking forward to
then
that.
Kenneth J, Harvey, and then Victoria Wells to talk about
great.
editing. So
Nice.
all kind
Another
of stuff.
powerhouse. Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you very much again for taking time out of your day to talk
Yeah,
to
thank
us,
you,
and
guys.
everybody else watching. Thank you for hanging out with us too.
All right. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Amazing. Okay, so for the people watching, we'll be leaving the stream running, and we'll be back here in an hour's time. So catch us at the same video link on Facebook or YouTube.
Deadly. Thanks, guys.
Bye, John.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you guys all hear me all right?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Awesome. I'm at my family cottage, hence the fish, like children's drawings.
Nice. Where is it? Where are you in the
Out
province?
in North River. So out near Bay Roberts, kind of. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm in between scouting for location and going to rehearsal, so it's a bit of a.
Oh, well,
good
I
busy day.
really appreciate you taking the time out of your day to do this. For sure.
Oh, I'm so happy to.
Wait, can you hear everything okay, Ellen? Is it a bit fuzzy?
Oh, is my mic working now? Yeah, I did some, I put some elevator music on earlier, so I had to do some audio routing in my computer. So hopefully that's all back to normal. Sorry for the elevator music. It's just the only copyright-free music that I could find.
It's great.
Yeah, so welcome back to everybody watching on Facebook Live and on, oh my, I am not sure if we are, oh, I think I will have to re-enable this. This is not streaming anymore.
Oh,
now it's disabled.
Okay.
I think, well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm streaming. Just give me 2 minutes. Maybe Sandy, if you could kill some time.
So a guy walks into a bar. Yeah, there you go. It says that we are live on custom streaming service on my screen anyway. So,
right. Okay.
Yeah. But
I'm just double checking online on Facebook.
Okay. Okay.
If yeah, just leave a comment if you see us.
What are you scouting for right now, Jamie? Oh, you're muted. Oh, I can't hear Jamie. Can you hear her, Ellen?
No.
Okay.
Okay, you can hear me now?
There you go.
Hear now, yeah.
I was trying to use Bluetooth headphones, but I don't trust them, so clearly. Yeah, I'm working on right now my short drama, the first one I've directed and written for the Women's Film Festival. I got the Michelle Jackson Award last fall. So we're going to be shooting in 2 weeks from now. So I was scouting. It was more like of a tech scout, just taking measurements and stuff of the location we're shooting in. And yeah, it's going to be really, really fun. Very exciting. First time I'm directing a non-documentary. So
yeah, no, I saw that you got the Michelle Jackson Award. That's amazing. Congrats. And yeah, I'll be you're totally like welcome to talk about that, even though it's like it's not it's like whatever you want to, however you want to run is cool. But that's exciting. Are you having a easy time like getting people? Because I know it's like it's so crazy.
Sorry, it's a little difficult. Yeah, it's been tricky. The trickiest thing we have right now is we have most of our crew sound recordists. Everyone's busy right now. Everyone who has experience in on-set sound recording, boom mopping and mixing together. So that's the biggest question mark. I think we'll have to find somebody. Yeah, but yeah, I'm really excited. I mean, we have most of our crew all booked in. Still a few people. Still trying to find a specific type of boat, fishing boat with like kind of a traditional one. The time period is the 70s, so trying to find a more traditional fishing boat with a cabin. If anybody out there has a connection to fishing boats, love to check it out.
If anybody knows boats, it's Newfoundlanders, maybe. No, I don't know. Our audience, I don't know. I don't think that's true either. Yeah, so we are live.
Great.
And yeah, my name is Lian. I'm the executive director of the Nickel Independent Film Festival, which pretty much is being kicked off today with this workshop series, the documentary film school in a day, just to kind of give you a taste of what it's like to make a documentary and inspire you to learn more about it. And we have such an amazing lineup. Earlier on today, we had Lian Morrison and Troy Maher. This afternoon is stacked as well. So yeah, Sandy, what do we have today?
Well, we have Jamie Miller joining us now, and then following that, Kenneth J. Harvey is going to talk to us about interviewing, and then Victoria Wells is going to talk to us about editing. So it's all there, all the pieces. But Jamie today is well, maybe I'll just give a quick introduction to you first, and then talk about what you'll talk about a little bit today. So Jamie Miller is everyone I'm doing here is like an award-winning.
We're all told to add that in once we win an award.
It's more just like wonderful that so many award-winning directors and producers are talking to us today. But Jamie's an award-winning director and producer of documentary and fictional film. She's from Newfoundland and Labrador. In 2012, she received her BFA in film production from York University. She's a alumna of the DOC Breakthrough 2019 Women in the Director's Chair, and she just recently won the Michelle Jackson Emerging Filmmaker Award. So she's currently working on that. Her directorial debut, Princess Tale, received a Canadian Screen Award nomination and all kinds of festival awards, including Best Canadian Short at Hot Docs. And in her newest documentary, which we are screening as part of the festival, Jamie follows or chronicles participants of the very popular Merbuys calendar as they open up about vulnerability and gender and glitter in a project that's about creating space for men to be their authentic selves. Yeah, it's screening Tuesday, July 20th, as part of as I said, the 21st Nickel Independent Film Festival. And this afternoon, Jamie is going to talk to us about the process of finding and developing that all-important narrative within the subject and how to tell that story. That's kind of the question that comes up time and time again whenever we do film school in a day or whenever we do the school tour, any of our stuff. People want to know, how do you come up with the idea, and how do you develop that, and how do you tell that story? So documentary filmmaking is kind of about shooting what's in front of you, but it's still telling a story. So she's going to talk to us about the different kinds of tools she uses to do this and offer advice to all of you watching on how to best do that, how to employ those tools. So thank you very much for joining us today, Jamie. And without further ado, I'll give you the floor.
Cool. Yeah, so I mean, my start in documentary, I did do some doc filming in school. But really, I mean, Princess Tale was the first film I directed after years after graduating school. We started that in 2017, and that really came just from this very organic place. I had been producing a lot of shorts, and I had been working as a production manager on documentaries and bigger feature films as well. And I was kind of at this burnout place where I was just really tired of working on other people's films, other people's ideas, and I knew there was something that I wanted to do on my own. I was trying to figure out how, and I also realized that documentary was easier for me to be passionate about because I care, it was stories that I wanted to capture reality. I wanted to capture the magic of the people's lives around me that I saw. And I also wanted to somehow talk about things that mattered deeply to me, you know? And so I think that's kind of the first thing that I wanted to mention was like really finding the story that you want to tell. You have to learn how to listen to your instincts and to your guts, and like what are the moments in life around you that inspire you, and like find those and hold on to them, and think about like you know, like, okay, since I started working in film, a lot of people are like, oh, that would make a good story, that would make a good story. Like that happens all the time in life, right? And so noticing what speaks to you personally is the best place to start for me. So what happened with Prince's Tale, I heard that Prince was starting to act again. And I knew about Prince because my friends were in the same apartment that caught on fire. If anyone watching doesn't know Prince's Tale, it's available on CBC. You can watch it for free. But it's about this actor in Toronto who was caught in a fire in his apartment, and both of his arms were amputated, and he's badly scarred. But really, it's about the process of going back to acting again afterwards, and the new relationship with his body. And so what happened was, I heard he was starting to act again 4 or 5 years after this fire, and his story really connected to my own feelings of grief of a friend who passed away a month after this fire happened. So I knew those two big things were happening at the same time, and they really connected to me deeply in my life. And I had been, for the 4 or 5 years leading up to this story, really been contemplating and thinking about grief a lot. And those sorts of stories I was really attached to. And so when I went to see Prince in a play he was performing in, it just really struck me at how deeply it connected to my soul at that time, and his performance, how visually compelling it was, and as well as like some of the story, like articles I had written, I had read. You know, he had done some interviews with some of the hospitals that helped him through his recovery, and I just saw this like beautiful kind of narrative of this person's life. And so I think that's kind of the starting point, is what inspires you and where do you see a path through a story, right? So so where can you kind of have a vague idea of like, yeah, there's a bit of an emotional arc to someone, to this story, that idea that has come up. Like I can kind of see how it could be possible. You'll never know the ending really of a documentary the whole time until you're deep in the editing room, but you can have a vague idea of where it could go. And that's the point. Where's the possible journey? Where's the possible path? You want to bring people through you want the audience watching a film to grow with the story, right? You want to open them up to something in some direction. So to me, that's kind of where I was like, I just got to go for it. So I went to this play that Prince was in, and I was introduced to him afterwards. And I was just like, it'd be really cool to talk to you about doing a documentary, because it was just the right time and place for me to just take a story and run with it. And he was open to it. And so we sat and met a few times over coffee. So that's a pretty tricky place, is how do you start? You have an idea, you're attracted to someone's story or some issue, or you know, whatever it is that motivates and inspires you personally, but like, how do you bridge that connection? And it's really everyone, you know, funders, distributors, other directors, mentors, everyone talks about like, you need access. Access is the most important thing when you're beginning a documentary, because you can have like, oh, this lady out in Thailand has this great process of farming or something I read about, and I really want to make it. But if you can't get to Thailand, how will you make that story? And how are you capable of doing it? This is something I also learned as a producer of short films on micro budgets, is what's the path to producibility, you know? What do you have, what resources do you have access to that, you know, yeah, there's a way we can actually make this happen. So with Prince's Tale as an example, I met with him enough times that we learned we could trust each other and start. So that's where the research, and that's what's interesting about this talk in particular, is that like all of what I'm thinking about talking about is layered over with all these other areas that the other folks are talking about today. So prep is essential in your storytelling, and that mainly begins with research. That's where you're really building, you know, your potential narrative, and drawing from it. Personally, I come from a background mostly in narrative up until I started these last two documentaries. So I drew a lot from you know, cinematic filmmaking, not just you know, well, I also did a lot of home movies and family movies and school yearbooks and stuff like that with video. So like I think there's a little bit of a blending of, I love cinematography, I love studying cinema, and analyzing and breaking down cinema to inspire you know, visuals that are more than just a typical, like a broadcast news segment or something. But I also love just kind of capturing stuff, you know, the nature around me, in a very observational way. Like that's kind of what led me to wanting to do documentary, I guess. Home family movies, probably. So in any stage of planning a story, you need to write. And the writing that you do in prep for a documentary stems from research. So getting to know the human you're following, because really the documentaries that get made, and that people are passionate about, there's a human story at its core. Like those are the ones that people also want to fund as well, because that's what people enjoy watching and, you know, create deep connections to. So so I think finding the human story at the heart of it, even if it's this big essay style issue that you want to get into, there's still humans that are affected and who are driving the heart of the story. You know, then there, if you think about Blackfish or like big nature documentaries, well, we attach human characteristics and passions to the animals or something, but you know, it's always that idea of a human story that you want to follow, and that ends up kind of being the arc of the story. So when you're writing at the beginning, when you're initially thinking about these ideas, you're still creating a story arc. And with documentary, that's tough, right? Because you're like, well, I don't know where it could go. I know where I want to start maybe, but I don't know what the ending is going to be, as I was saying, right? But because you kind of create it as you go, and you do. But I like to, I mean, lots of people like to think about it. You're writing your story at the beginning before you start filming at all. Then you're rewriting it as you shoot, and then you're rewriting it again when you edit. So documentary filmmaking is so cool in that way, where you're constantly, you have a path that you want to follow, but you're along the way, you're constantly going to be editing and rewriting and learning and you know, growing with it as you discover the subject the way you hope your audience will. So getting back to Prince's Tale, what I discovered once we started speaking, and that was really my research, was getting to know him. I discovered what I realized later was really the heart of the guiding light for the story. And that's, I've heard other people talk about this. I think finding that thing that you can always come back to when all these paths and ideas come up as you go, there's something that should be your guiding light. And for Prince's Tale, what that became was, when we first started speaking, he talked about how he didn't want the story to be about pity. You know, he wanted it to be about the progress he's making, the hope, and that stuck with me throughout the entire process, because it then started informing the way we decided to shoot. You know, what are we going to show? Because it's very easy to fall into kind of the basics of what you might see in a broadcast news segment. You know, what are the facts of the matter, and you stick with that, and that's what you get wrapped up in. Whereas I started realizing that what I connected to the most personally was, what is the internal process? What's his internal world like now that he's going back to stage, right? That's what struck me when I first met him on stage. He was on this pretty much just black stage, and he was performing this beautiful monologue and had this beautiful voice. And I just thought how cinematic it could be. Like, what would it be like if we started filming with him close up in a stage setting? What kind of visuals can cinema provide that theater or news or other forms of media can't bring to the story the same way? So that's what I am really passionate about with documentary, is pushing it into cinema, which is really challenging, because narrative cinema, you have control over basically every element of it, and documentary you don't. So the way I like to prep and plan for the storytelling is, what elements can I anticipate? What can I plan for? What kind of scenes can we create just through, knowing these are the types of things that happen in this person's life? How can we plan for it the same way we would with any narrative fiction? So, for example, with Prince's Tale and Merby's, I had a strong idea of what happens in what their activities are going to be, and so I would create a shot list and an outline. So I have a couple examples of those, but it's probably just too time consuming to screen share them. But basically what I did in prep was, I created a story outline and thought of it in 3 acts, beginning, middle, and end. And that really, and again, this kind of happened organically when I just got to know Prince. But I knew the length I was working with. I knew the budget I had. I knew the tools I had, the crew members I'd be able to work with. And I used those resources to think, okay, this is what we're capable of doing. So we could follow him to his appointments at the hospital. We could follow him to his classroom where he was studying. We could sit with him in his apartment. And there were certain elements where, like, we knew what these locations would be. So we could kind of plan our shot list. And then we created a loose shot list of, this is the type of coverage that we'll be able to work with in editing, to build individual scenes that can flow together and maybe have some sort of visual continuity with. So I worked really closely with my cinematographer to do that, the same way you would in any fiction. And it was hard for me because I wanted to look for cinematic references of documentaries, and it's, for some reason, whenever I look for references for a specific thing, I can never quite find exactly what's in my mind. Exactly the type of shot that I want from some cinema film. So really, what you have to do is watch a ton of documentaries, watch a ton of movies, watch things that are similar to your subject matter, watch things that are similar to the style that you like. And allow the story, the subject matter, the person involved or the people involved to lead the way. Because, I mean, you constantly have to adapt documentary to the conditions you're working in. And those conditions can change really quickly. There's a lot of unpredictable things. But in your research, if you watch all these other films as references, you can kind of be prepared with, these are the types of shots that, and the types of color, the types of lighting, the types of framing, especially, that we can look for, even if we're going into a scene blind, right? You know, when we went to the hospital, we weren't scouting that before. When with Merbuys, when I was going to all these different photo shoots, we didn't always know what kind of space we'd be in. Like, for example, they had a lot of interior locations with harsh fluorescent lighting, which isn't necessarily nice. And we can't control that. We can't turn it off. That was just some of the places they wanted to shoot in, and we had to go with it. So we thought about, okay, for a shot list, we know we'll want a wide of the whole photo shoot scene. We'll want close-ups of the model, you know, Sheldon, for example, and because this is something he's nervous about. He hasn't taken his shirt off in public in his whole life. And so we want to be able to watch his face and anticipate and, you know, see the emotions that are going on there. We want to get some reverse shots of the photographer and the Merbuys organizers, Hassan, and you know, showing the excitement and the environment that they're creating, the community environment. So working through a shot list, and probably going through a lot of this stuff fast, but, and we can totally open up questions later. But working through a shot list with documentary, it's a lot of guessing what might happen, right? And hopefully when you're doing the initial research, getting to know the people, having conversations, like with people with that experience, you might get a sense of what could the emotional arc of each individual scene be. Not that there'll always be a clear one, but you can kind of think about what's the possibilities. So Merbuys was always about that, you know, the joy and the nervousness and the different emotions that these people will feel when they're being photographed and being in a really uncomfortable situation. That's what I wanted to focus on, and as well as like the beautiful art that's going on. So how can you anticipate the emotional moments that will really draw people in and help people connect to the human story, to the characters, to the participants, I guess, really, and what other like interesting visuals might you find in that scene? So Merbuys was always, we got to show off the landscape, we got to show off the glitter on the face, the close-ups of the tails and the textures that we're working with. The scenery and the folks involved and the art and the skill involved is so interesting. And it's not necessarily what the story is about, but it just adds to the emotions. And then that's where I like to find, you know, the poetry of the films too, right? The poetry of the story. What are the settings that you're in? What are the small details and the nuances that you want to capture that might just add an extra layer on top of what your interview is saying, what your voiceover is saying? You know, how can you combine different senses almost? What are you seeing? What are you hearing? What are you feeling? What textural elements? I love finding in B-roll, trying to find something that creates a textural sensation, right? With Prince's Tale, I remember thinking a lot about that because there was a lot of stuff that I knew we wouldn't have direct visuals for. And that happens a lot in documentary. You know some of these key moments and key elements that will happen in the story, but what happens in between? And what about someone who's just sitting in an interview and telling you this story about something happened in the past, or something that they're concerned about, but you don't have any direct active footage for. So Tom and I and my editor for Prince's Tale, and Ryan and I, my cinematographer, we thought a lot about that for the fire with Prince's Tale, because we didn't want to use news footage. We didn't want to, that would come back to focusing on the pity of the story, the pity of Prince's situation, right? And they've done that already. They had news coverage, they showed the fire, you know, and multiple news sources, and they showed photos of Prince before the fire and after the fire. And that was something else I didn't want to do. I didn't want to focus on who Prince was in the past, because this story was about the present. The Prince, you know, talks about himself in the present. He's not focused on where he was in the past or where he wanted to go. You know, his presence, he is this very mindful person, made it clear to me that there's no point, you know, focusing on what was or what happened. It really is about where does he want to go. So visually, that turned into, well, what can we show that evokes something like what those memories might feel like, but not what they literally factually were, because that was traumatizing. And that's not what we needed to talk about. We needed to talk about, you know, how does he feel now thinking about that? What is the present moment for him when he thinks about his body and, you know, his trauma and his healing? And so we shot a lot of skies in Toronto as just extra B-roll, not really knowing what they would turn into, but knowing that it evoked to me personally, like, you know, orange sunsets and skies, like when we were driving down the street, seeing the rooftops and the skies and maybe some treetops and stuff, thinking about what was Prince feeling when he was kind of waking up to this new phase of his life. You know, the warm, the oranges and the textures of the sky evoked a more surreal feeling of the fire. So we used a lot of that imagery, and we kind of played with layers, and there was a little bit of experimental visualization going on. And I think it worked, because it was the most emotional moment of the film. And so I really wanted to have strong images, but again, not ones that didn't feel truthful and honest to Prince's current experience, and didn't feel well. And there's a level of ethics in there that you start thinking about as well. But that's a whole other topic that I am very passionate about. This is kind of maybe off the train of thought that I was just talking about, but something really important that I want to share is I was at a festival in New York, a documentary, Doc NYC, and I was listening to a panel of people who had made all these really big portrait style, like kind of like biopic films. One of them, one of the filmmakers there was Wim Wenders, and he's a famous documentarian, famous filmmaker who made Buena Vista Social Club, and he was there with a film about the Pope. And so he had access to this huge figure in the world who's so important to so many people. And something he said was how he realized he had this privilege of witnessing. He had the privilege of witnessing this person's life up close, that millions of people around the world would love to have that experience of. And that has stuck with me deeply, because it helps you, it's again that little nugget of what can you come back to, what, like a guiding light. When you think about your film and your story as this privilege you have as a filmmaker, because you're witnessing it, and not that other people haven't witnessed a similar experience or a similar person's story, but you're the one noticing it right now. And so your observations and your, you listening to this person tell their story, or give you their insight into a topic, it's a privilege. And you are offering a service to everyone who will eventually watch this film by sharing your interpretation, your translation of what these people, what you're witnessing. Because it's the idea of like telling a true story in documentaries is complicated, right? Like it's never objectively true. Documentary is always through the filter of the filmmaker. It's always through the lens of what the filmmaker decides to show, what they decide to keep in the edit. And so as a filmmaker, I'm crafting a version of someone else's story, but it's only true to the way I experience it. And it'll never be objectively fact. So I think we have to let go, in some sense, as filmmakers, of capturing the full truth of something, but more so, how do you witness this moment as a filmmaker? How do you witness this story, and how can you translate it? So that's what you look for, is thinking about your personal experience in a scene, in a moment, as you're learning about someone else's life. What are the things that stand out to you? Like I was saying with Prince and the stage, that is the strongest imagery to me in the film, is Prince dancing on the stage. And that, from the very beginning, was something that I had in my mind, because I just noticed that moment where I watched him performing, and I held on to it. And that's kind of, to me, how you craft. That's what you build your story from, are those strong emotional moments that you feel, and you piece it together. You piece those moments together, and through an idea of what an emotional arc might be within those 5-20 minutes, whatever it is you choose to show, of this person's life. I talk a lot thinking about a single person, a single character, or single narrative, because I love portrait documentary, and that's what both of my films so far have been kind of portrait style. Merby's is much more a community portrait, but it still is working in that kind of framework. But what I'm really interested in pushing myself to do more of is an observational style, where you follow something that's more active and live, and you really allow yourself as the filmmaker to kind of disappear. Film verite is that kind of thing, observational, fly on the wall, that sort of stuff. It's really, really challenging, because you want to be able to spend a lot of time building that relationship with the subjects, so that you have this level of trust that they kind of forget you're there and go about their life, go through these issues that they're dealing with, and you can find those really cinematic, natural scenes, and they're not ever referencing the camera. And then the viewers eventually will forget that they're watching a documentary. It'll feel like something like any other film. So that's a really tricky thing to do, and it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of patience. And I haven't quite, done that sort of filming yet. I've had moments of it, but not the true observational that I get really excited about. A great film that I love for that is, oh God, I'm probably gonna get the name wrong. It's like The Act of Seeing, something like that, by Joshua Oppenheimer. Oh man, I meant to check this before and I totally forgot. He's the guy who also made I'm gonna have to check that.
The Act of Seeing with One's Own Eyes.
No, yeah, well, I think it comes from that, but
Oh, is it?
that's actually a different experimental documentary, which is amazing about. There's there's a different documentary that's named that.
Okay.
I sorry, I totally messed up the titles of these, but this guy Jonathan or Joshua Oppenheimer made these two incredible films. Um,
Okay, I have the
you have them there.
the oh gosh, the act of killing is
The
one of
act, the
them.
act of killing is the first one, and then he basically made a sequel to it, which I think is beautiful. The act of killing is this like crazy, surreal, like really theatrical film that's amazing, but like I've never seen anything else like it, and I don't know how to talk about how you make a film like that.
Right.
But his second follow-up to that same subject matter is an observational look of the brother of one of these people who was murdered in. Do you, do you have it in front of you?
The look of silence.
The
Does
Look of
that ring a
Silence. Wow,
bell?
totally mixed up the titles. The Look of Silence. Beautiful observational documentary. Another short film that's an amazing kind of observational, kind of interview style that I love on CBC short docs is called Nancy's Workshop. It follows kind of a day in a workshop with a woman in Quebec who has a hairdresser's studio, and she teaches young Black girls to how to style and care for their own hair. And it's incredible. It's so beautifully done. Watch a lot of these kinds of films if you're interested in specific styles, and then start breaking down those scenes. Look at a specific scene and see, okay, what kind of shots did they get to compose that? How much filming goes on behind the scenes in order to capture those moments? And it's usually a lot. The filming ratio in documentary, you have to shoot. Personally, I shoot a lot. Sometimes too much. It can hurt you sometimes in the editing when you have too much footage to go through. But I just love shooting. I love capturing everything I possibly can. And if you're diligent, in watching through your footage later and logging it and really keeping track of what you have and noting the moments that you really love that stand out to you, you can handle it in the edit. I know you'll get into editing later, but I love talking about using transcripts and building a paper edit with a film, with a documentary. That's what I did heavily with Prince's Tale because it was all interviews. And so we had so many golden moments of things he said that we wanted to craft visuals around. And that's really how we built the story arc in the end. Yeah, I can keep going like for ages. So maybe, I don't know if there's any questions that have come up.
I definitely have a question. I mean,
Sure.
you talk about the privilege of representing someone or someone's
Yeah.
story or something like that. How much do you have to protect your own vision? Like, are you sharing cuts of the film with these people before it's released, or do you? I know as a journalist, like that's not something you end up
Yeah.
doing, but as a documentary filmmaker, I guess it might be different.
It always depends. It always depends what you feel comfortable doing. It depends on your relationship with the subject. Generally, as a filmmaker, I feel like, yeah, protect your vision. Don't until you're basically finished a cut. I don't think I would ever show a film to the subject until it's done, because most people don't know how to watch. It's hard to watch themselves, for one, so they'll be critical of themselves, and it's hard to watch something that's rough, that's unfinished, and for you to explain to them, oh, well, it looks like this right now, but this is where we're going to go with it. If you have any experience directing actors or working with actors on set, or you've watched people direct on set, it's not usually a good idea to show your actors the frame, because self-consciousness, is for everybody. So you are in a sense protecting your participant, your subject, by not showing it to them until you feel really proud of it. But part of that comes with the level of trust that you have with them. If if you, you know, do that work to build that trust with the people you're filming, you know, with Prince and with the Murbais, they knew what my goals and intentions were. So it wasn't like I had to prove to them that they'll be safe. You know, they trusted that they would be safe based off of the vision, all the communication we had early on. And knowing that I understood what they would want out of it, and that I wouldn't do something, you know, some sort of surprise, like embarrassing scene or edit. So, but it does depend. I mean, I've definitely heard other people who are very, very close, you know, like living with their subjects in a sense through the filming. Maybe they will see things throughout, and maybe they will be really collaborative in that sense. But generally, I think it's best to wait until you feel it's the strongest story you can make it, and shows them in the light that you believe they will want to be seen in. And that there's a lot of ethics involved with that. And, you know, it's worth it to do a bit of studying, you know, listening to, there's lots of resources online, conversations, especially now during COVID, like recorded talks and panels with really experienced filmmakers who talk very specifically and deeply about ethics, so lawyers even. You know, think about that if you're going to do something that's a really scary legal sort of thing, like if you're delving into something investigative, you know, do some prep work with what kinds of legal things will you come up against, but as well, you know, caring for how your subject will be affected by this film being out in the world. That's what I mean.
That's amazing. That's great. That's it sounds so complicated.
You know, it does sound complicated. I probably make it sound complicated.
Oh
too,
gosh,
but,
no.
But it doesn't have to be. I think there's a lot of courage in going out and talking to your subject and starting to build that relationship if you don't already have one. I mean, it takes a lot more courage to me to try to make a film about people I'm close with. That's scarier to me. I've been trying to do it and I've been really struggling with it. Just because I'm you know, I'm scared of there being stress on the relationship. But in the end, it's like a lot of people want their stories to be told. And most people want their stories to be told. They're surprised that you find their story interesting. But focusing on that it's like, it's important, the importance of that story to be out there really helps build that trust in that relationship. If you understand and believe why their story is important, you know, that's what you'll talk about, and that's how you'll move forward, build a connection.
I've been thinking about like your just, you mentioned like that there was this joy and then there was this nervousness in the who was the model in Murby?
Sheldon.
Sheldon, right?
Yeah, I mean all of them really.
Yeah, but I kind of was like, I was thinking like if like there's just always like there's this desire and then there's a conflict, and it's like that space where it overlaps, like that's where the complex, that's like where the story is, you know, in that space. And like how you, like it's amazing, like documentary filmmaking, because like how you then can like create a shot list to show that liminal space is like, it just feels like a very cerebral exercise in a different way.
It's that's one of the things I kind of discovered as I was going, because it could be very easy to just show, especially the types of films that I started being interested, both with Princess Tale and Mervise. It could be very easy to just focus on the positive stuff that they want to put out there, because that's usually what people want to put out, right? Is, oh, I'm doing fine. This is great. I'm so excited and all these things. That's wonderful. And that's what makes people happy to watch the film. But what I struggle with personally is, okay, but then how do we show the conflict? How do we show that it's not just this one layer of emotion, that, yeah, that's what they want to put out there and that's what they care about, but how do we get into the vulnerability? Because the vulnerability is the conflict usually. It or you know, they're up against some real solid challenge, and they're going to be going through that in a way that they probably don't want to show the struggle too much. So again, it comes back to building the trust, so that in your interviews or in those moments where you're filming them live, doing something that they're kind of scared about, that they'll be able to be open with you, you know, or as open as they're able to be in real life, you know, and because that they know that you kind of understand where they might be at. So it does take these earlier conversations about like, what's that going to be like for you, you know, or like, I know, and I talked to, actually, there's a woman who runs this business called Film in Mind. She's a psychotherapist who is also a film producer, and she works a lot with documentary filmmakers to think about the mental health aspect of documentary filmmaking. And this is what I've learned, is that you're kind of you're a pseudo therapist as a filmmaker, as an interviewer. You know, that gets into the interview side of things, because sometimes, you know, in a lot of what I've done, it has ended up being doing some form of interview first before we do a lot of the other filming, because that works as a bit of research, a bit of, you know, getting to know the person, getting some ideas of what other things might come up in your shots later. So that helps, you know, doing a pre-interview. A lot of people do just over the phone. I like to try to record my first interviews as much as possible, just because you might get some raw emotion. But often in those interviews, that's where, you know, people start to open up, and people will only start to open up if you also are open with them. So that's something this woman, Rebecca Day from Film in Mind, if you want to look her up, it's a really cool thing just to think about it, about like mental health and psychotherapy within documentary filmmaking, because they're all human stories.
It's funny. I don't want to take this about myself, but I've been studying psychotherapy, and so as you've been talking and I've been listening, I've just been thinking a lot about just the parallels between the two. So that's really interesting that there's somebody who does that. That's the work that they do. It makes perfect sense.
It makes perfect sense. It's what I've learned through, you know, especially with Prince, because we were talking about trauma through the whole film. And, you know, every human you're going to tell a story about has something in their mental health that they're working with, you know, they're working through, they're working with, or they're working with people who have experienced some sort of big struggle. And so it really helps to understand humanity. You know, I think that's why I got into documentary, because I'm an empathetic person, and I want to connect deeply with people.
I think like just to back up for 1 sec, like I think that really like comes across in Prince's Tale, like as the viewer, because like this like I experienced when I watched it, I kind of experienced it with conflict, because I was like, there was nervousness watching, like seeing the skin graft scars, and like the story is very traumatic. So like there was this, I felt this conflict, right? But then it was like he was so forward facing and so eloquent, and that like you got to, like as a viewer, occupy that inside space, like that crossover, you know, like, so like, you know what, does that make sense? Like
Absolutely.
you got like, it's what I think it's what you were going for, and it's what I definitely experienced, like as the viewer, for sure.
That's great to hear. Yeah, I mean, that, like, we wouldn't have filmed his body so openly if he wasn't ready to put that out there, if he wasn't wanting to put that out there. You know, we collaborated on building that dance sort of scene, and, you know, he was like, yeah, I'll just be in some like shorts and you know, let's just film my body, because he had gotten to this point where he was so comfortable, or maybe not even comfortable, but pushing himself to be comfortable, you know, building that relationship with his body. And so that's how we visually captured that frailty, that difficulty, is like, let's look at this, at his skin closely. Let's allow him to be vulnerable with us, and just the you know, the texture of his skin, the expression on his face, the movements of his body as he danced, that evoked all of the emotion we needed in the film. And it added these like subconscious layers of things like questions about beauty and questions about you know, securities and you know, someone's own relationship with themselves. And so, I mean, it's hard for me to even fully analyze it now at this point, because a lot of it is just like this poetic thing that kind of happens. And that's where I'd go back to like learning to trust your gut with like, if we show this, it will say something impactful. And you might not always be conscious of what it is or why. That is the work that you have to figure out, like, why are we showing this thing? But follow those gut instincts of like, this is going to be meaningful. Yeah. I go off on tangents a lot, so
That's so amazing.
sign me
I
in.
really have enjoyed listening to you so much this hour. We're coming up to the end of the hour though. Okay, so one question, you've touched on this a little bit before, but one question I'm asking all of the filmmakers is, what's a documentary that really stands out to you as a source of inspiration for your own work?
Yeah, I touched on it before and completely messed up the title of it, but that's fine. I mean, that's
My favorite movie. I can't remember the
my
name
brain
of
is like that. I can't remember but no, it's one of the most, honestly, if you watch his work, he's one of the most insane filmmakers, documentary filmmakers. Like, it's incredible what he's done. Another short documentary I love and I found so inspiring and interesting, and I've never made anything like. It's called, it was out in the festivals when I was showing Prince's Tale, called My Dead Dad's Porno Tapes. And it's an animated film. It's incredible. It's also, I think it's New York Times Op Docs. So those are also, it's a great collection of short docs that are incredibly cinematic and beautiful and topical and great curated films. So I know Charlie Tyrell is the director of this short. It's an animated film. The title is a little bit more, it makes you think you're gonna get into talking about porn, but you're not really. It's just about, he's really investigating his family's, you know, grief with having recently lost their father, and finding his things and using his things to animate, use a stop motion animation the entire time to make animations of, you know, his dad's face, or the interviews with his mom and sister over the phone. It's incredible work, and it's definitely experimental in style, and takes a lot of time, but it's a really interesting way to think about visualizing things that maybe you're not comfortable with sitting in a room and filming your mom talking to you about her late husband and your late father. But it was a really interesting way of like finding incredible visuals at a distance from the subject, and then using audio to mix with that to build an incredible story. I find personal documentary filmmaking incredibly inspiring, because like people making films about their own family members, it seems like the most difficult thing to do for me. I'm trying to make a doc about my dad, who's a painter, James Miller, because his work is incredible, and I love our conversations as a father and daughter, you know, sitting in his studio and just talking about art and what we're trying to do and all this stuff. I want to capture that, but it's so incredibly vulnerable that it's been hard to figure out how to start. So yeah, that's another one I love. Just in general, checking out any films on Short of the Week, shortoftheweek.com. NYC Op Docs are a great collection of short films. Of course, CBC short docs. There's lots of short docs available out there that are incredibly cinematic. And look for stuff that is beyond, you know, other kinds of media, like beyond just straight up news journalism. You know, look for things with interesting visuals to learn how to push your own storytelling.
It seems like the palette is just like extremely rich and wide for this genre of filmmaking, like in a way that it's like you're watching it, you think you're just seeing what's being shot, like what, you know, you watch, like I'm watching you or whatever, right? Like, but it's like, it seems like it's a very,
Exactly.
so much you could do.
Yeah, totally. And one other thing I'll say to that is that, you know, I put a lot of value in composed cinematography, but you can't always get that. And that's fine, because the other thing with documentary is that it's forgiving. However you're able to capture a moment, people will still get a lot of value out of it. You know, if it's rough and tumble, handheld, you know, handy cam, phone videos, whatever, like there's so many tools, as you say, like to create a really rich palette of style. And then if you get, you know, material back, like footage back, and you're like, but it's not, I want to do something more different visually. There's so many options for how you could do that, to do with animation or using archive material, or, you know, there's so many different crafts involved in visualizing something, that if you get good audio, that's more important than getting good visuals, really, because you can do anything attached to the audio. And you know, the visuals, as you say, there's just such a wide range of what you can do to evoke the story you're trying to tell.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So we're over time, and we have a
Sorry.
packed day. No, it's fine. I love listening to you speak. Yeah, one last question. Like, do you have any advice for any beginning filmmakers or aspiring documentary filmmakers?
Yeah. Beyond some of the nuggets that I said before, use the tools that you have. Always start there. Start with what you have at your fingertips, and just try stuff out that way. You know, that's what we did in film school. We kind of had not always the best resources. Actually, at York, we had a great film cage of gear, but we didn't always have access to it. And you know, you can make so much with such simple technology these days. You know, just the phones that you have available to you. Start from where you are. Let the story like guide the way. Just try stuff out. Try simple, short docs, 5-minute stories. The simple, you know, 5 minutes and under simply can go really far, because people want short bites of stories. So even if you're not sure if your skills are good enough technically, if you care about the story and you make a story, you can connect, you know, emotionally, a story together, it can still play in festivals anywhere these days.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much for this today,
you.
Jamie. This has been excellent. And people can watch your film Merbuys on Tuesday. You can pre-book your ticket. I'll post a link in the chat right now, and it's playing alongside a slew of other great shorts and feature from Natwashish Cannibal Boys, Christine Poker. Yeah, so thank you again. And we're waiting in the wings is Kenneth J. Harvey, and he's going to be joining us shortly.
Cool. Well, have fun, everybody. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jamie. That was great. It was really, really cool to listen to. Thank you. Not rambling at all. It was wonderful.
Not rambling.
No, perfect.
Rambling. Also, rambling is fine. Rambling.
Yeah, also fine.
You know, it's some good stuff can come out of the rambling.
Yeah. That's how my life works, really. It's one big ramble. So. Okay. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, thanks, Jamie. Have a great day.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Sandy, how are you doing?
I'm good.
We're waiting for Kenneth to get his camera going.
Yeah, I know, I'm good. That was really interesting to listen to. And thought it was, as I said, as she was talking about that kind of that space, that you want to get into, just that I was thinking about it with like a little bit of a psychotherapist cap on. So I thought it was so cool that she mentioned there are like people that's what they do. So it was cool.
I know. Well, here's Ken. Hi, Kenneth. How are you?
How are you?
Excellent. Good. Thanks for joining us.
You can hear me. You can hear me and see me. This is a fantastic thing these days.
What a time to be alive.
I can see you between the pixels. Like it's like just squinting well enough. No, it looks great.
On my outer space machine.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, Sandy, do you have a short introduction, or do you?
I do. Yes. Yeah. So hi, Kenneth. I'll just introduce you. Kenneth J. Harvey is an accomplished novelist, poet, and essayist, and if I am correct, published in 17 countries. He's a journalist, a multi-award-winning director and producer, and a two-time Canadian Screen Awards nominee. His award-winning documentaries, I Heard the Birch Tree Whisper in the Night, Gerald Squires on Creation and Death, and as well as It Was Also Wonderful, The Everyday Magic of Mary Pratt, and Immaculate Memories, The Uncluttered Worlds of Christopher Pratt. We were lucky enough to be able to screen those at the Nickel, and they're all beautiful films that really demonstrate Kenneth's ability to intimately connect with his subjects, whether they're a more solitary or a more sociable figure. So I'm really excited to listen to him talk about how he kind of does that magic. That his latest film, Calamus, is going to be playing tomorrow night or tomorrow day, opening day, all day, for the Nichols 21st year. So I'm really happy to welcome Kenneth this afternoon for a discussion about how he approaches interviewing and his subjects and the different kind of techniques that he uses and that you can perhaps use as well in building narratives through interviews. So take it away, Kenneth.
How are you doing?
Thanks very much. Good.
Yeah. I was going to say, I mean, you're so accomplished, but you're also an excellent bio writer. I know.
Do you want me to write your bio for you? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you could write my bio any day.
We can get together. Yeah.
Today we're going to be talking to you about interviewing. How do you get started with an interview? Like how do I get started? Yeah.
Okay, so generally, I mean, the first thing to do is to set the interviewer at ease. I mean, that's not rocket science. But what I usually do is, because I do a lot of my own setup, particularly these days with the the pandemic, the plague. Well, it's receding now, but when it was, I keep crew very limited, so it would be basically me. And while I would set, and you can do that. I mean, my father was a National Film Board documentary, and I always compare the two of us when he was shooting films. I grew up shooting, editing film and shooting film. They'd be out with at least 4 for a crew. And now with the digital and everything, I mean, you can basically do everything yourself. So while you're setting up, if you are in fact doing that, or while anybody else is setting up, I usually just let the person who's being interviewed know that, there are no questions that you will not know the answer to, first of all, right? So there's no physics, right? There's no, math questions. So, I mean, you have to interject a little bit of humor and get them at ease. And that if you say anything that you regret or that you don't want to use, you let me know, and that will never be used, right? That's very important. Immediately, so they go, okay, because you got to get the mistake thing out of people's heads right away. And also, film is very cheap these days, so if you make a mistake, just say, I just want to do that again. I said, that's fine. Turn it off, turn it back on, whatever. Right. So there's a big, long dialogue I have with everybody, and joking naturally. I mean, putting people at ease and connecting with people, and what they're into, their, what's around them, asking people, just making that connection, and also connecting them to your life, right? So if you're looking around and seeing stuff, and I'm just thinking of this while I'm doing it, because it's not even conscious while I'm talking about it. I'm just thinking about it. So you're trying to make connections with people so that you're basically kind of on the same wavelength and level, right? And you want empathy. As Christopher Darlington says with when we're editing a film, when we're on the timeline, he says, look, this is you talking, right? And I'm like, we're all like, shut up, Ken, shut up. We're both like yelling at the screen, shut up, right? Well, what I'm doing is I mean, this is me speaking, this big, long, to get someone speaking this much, right? So it's very important to connect and to talk as much as possible. It could be historic, about their history, family, connections that you have, but it has to be connections with each other. And usually if you're making a documentary film about somebody, unless you've been hired, if you're doing it on your own, you usually have some kind of connection or a really big interest, right? Like with me, I do a lot of art films because it's one of the few things I don't understand. I really don't understand it. Like I understand writing, and music is another thing I really don't understand, but you can kind of, the notes and all that kind of stuff, but orchestration, everything I don't understand either. How complicated and textured and everything it is. That's really, but anyway, with art, I find like whenever I go to like in a gallery anywhere and look at the paintings from any period, it's like, I don't know how the fuck anybody does that. Like the older, like, the old, really old stuff, the portraits and the light, and all cinematographers, this is getting off topic, but it's into cinematography now. But if you read American Cinematography magazine, the interviews at the back, and who are you most influenced by? Most of the great cinematographers will say by Caravaggio, and all these people, these artists who, if you look at their paintings, go, how did they do that with light? And what a lot of the cinematographers are trying to do is, and I'm not good at that. I'm not a lighting person, but that's just another thing. So anyway, so connecting to your subject is very important, and putting them at ease and having a laugh. And, and I generally, when I'm done set up, generally people are perfectly fine to talk. And I also find too, that people want to talk, right? If people have agreed to do an interview, generally, they want to talk. And even the ones that don't want to talk, like I've had people say, I'd rather go to the dentist and get my teeth filled and do this before I start. They'll just, as soon as you start talking, they want to talk. Right. And the Drinking Life, which was my film on the people in Peter Easton's bar, the early morning drinkers, I connected a lot with those people, and those guys all wanted, and that's probably my favorite film that I've done. It's black and white, of early morning drinkers at Peter Easton's, but as soon as I put cameras on them, and I had there's another thing, quickly, I'll go aside. Quickly, depending on what you're shooting, should dictate your camera too, right? I bought a little tiny Canon Handycam to shoot The Drinking Life, because if I knew I had anything bigger in there, I'd probably get the shit kicked out of me, right? Very quickly. So I bought a little tiny Canon, like that I could just hold like this, right? All the time with the screen up and talking to people. And you're also having a conversation with them, and they don't see the camera if it's down there, right? But generally, I find when you turn the camera on people, if you're having a good conversation with them and you're getting along and you're connecting everything, they're going to tell you everything. When I made The Drinking Life, the owner of Peter Easton's, Conan, said to me after, and he's known these people for 20, 30 years, some of them. He said, I've never heard any of those stories. Like, because they don't go there and talk about that stuff, right? They're just there having beers and being social and whatever, right? So you have to connect on a different level. That's really, really important. Another thing you have to establish is that, you are making a film about a person. They're not your friend, right? That's very, very important. Because what happens is people connect with people and go, oh, I'm not going to ask any questions that are going to upset them, or I'm not going to do this, or I'm not going to challenge somebody, or I'm not going to, go deeper. And, what happens is you end up with a whole bunch of really surface documentaries, right? Which are glory films. Your job is not to make a glory film about somebody. Your job is to make a film about the person and to get as much of that as possible. And, and that balance in the end when you're editing is really important, because, the glorification is just like, at the end of a glorification film, and I've seen hundreds of these, it's over and you know nothing other than what you already knew, right? You watch these films and you go, okay, I knew all of that. I don't know anything more about the person. You got to get in there and you've got to ask the questions that may be uncomfortable. And because I had a discussion earlier with my girlfriend Kelly, and we were talking about a doc that was made, and we were saying, well, I watched and I was like, I knew nothing. It really didn't give me any answers. And the reason was because, which I found out after, was the person who was making the film was good friends with the person the subject. So in a sense, that should probably be a good thing, because you would be able to ask. But what happens is sometimes it softens, right? So you need to connect on one level, but you also have to be an adversarial on another one. You really need to. Not all of the time. Like with the Jerry Squires film, I mean, I knew Jerry, not really, really well, but I knew him for a while. I mean, we weren't best friends or anything, but we were friends. Jerry, you could sit down with Jerry and Jerry would just talk. He'd tell you everything, right? We sit down with a bottle of wine, and also he was dying, right? So, you could ask Jerry anything. He was very contemplative, he had a great sense of humor, all that kind of stuff. So that was a very easy, and it was a very emotional thing too. I'll talk about emotion a little bit later, because that's very important. With Christopher Pratt, Christopher just gave me the same stories that I've heard, and I know Christopher for a little while prior, and he'd give me the same stories over and over. And I think we spoke about this at the Nickel when the film showed there. So I had to keep poking him, right? And so we were on the road for, I think 7, 8 days, 9 days, something like that, traveling around. And I mean, he would just, towards the end of it, felt like I wanted to murder him, because he just gave me the same things that I heard over and over again. And we're good friends. No, I didn't kill him. No. So, but I'd have to say, okay, yes, but why? Or why are you talking about that? Or why? And he'll say, why? I said, you've told me that before, but why are you continuing to tell me this one thing? Right. And this is in the film too, some of this, right? So it's a very fine line between getting the questions you want and remaining friends. Like we're still good friends. I love him, and I go out and see him still, regularly and visit and everything. And I have a great respect for him and a great admiration. And he feels the same way. Maybe. I mean, that's the way we feel. Maybe he hates me. I don't know. But we get along and we continue to see each other, and we always have a really good time. And I always feel good when I leave his house, and I always look forward to seeing him. So that relationship is very important, maintaining that, but getting deep. Like after the first interview, when I came back from the Christopher Pratt film, and I came in there, he said, I knew from the moment you walked in that you were going to be my psychiatrist. Right. So psychology is a very, very important part of this too. And this is what I actually studied. Not that I can remember any of it. Really, I was pretty close to having a degree in psychology at MUN before I left and did something else. And so psychology is really, really important, and walking that very fine line between, I'll relate it to something that I saw recently. And I've seen my whole life, journalists asking people questions, because it's the same kind of thing, a little more elaborate when you're doing a documentary. All my life, I saw people asking people questions and having the next question in their head, and then that's it, right? And then, okay, I asked the question, okay, here's the next question, and here's the next question. It's like, you didn't answer the question. This happens with politicians quite a bit. One example I saw recently was that someone was interviewing Dr. Hagee, and about World Health Organization's latest about not mixing doses, right, of the vaccine. So this is a contemporary thing. So and the journalist said, well, the World Health Organization said not to do that. They just came out and announced not to do that, right? That you really need to stick with this. So he said, well, when the data comes back, and when, you know, in 6 months or a year or whatever, when the data comes back, we'll look at that, and we have authorized, you know. And I would have said to him, well, the World Health Organization just said, don't do it, right? But the journalist didn't do that. They just went on with the next question, right? I mean, so I would say, so you are saying that you do not have respect for the greatest, you know, the biggest health organization that you know tells you what is right and what is wrong in the world. But see, they don't do that, right? And that's how you really get the answers. The problem is that journalists are afraid of it. I've heard this from journalists, is if you maintain that line of questioning, you'll never get an interview again too, right? They'll just avoid you, you know. So but there are, you know, investigative journalists who do that all the time. But anyway, that's a different thing. So I was going to get back to, unless you have a question, I'm going to keep going, because my motor never stops. Do you want me to keep going?
Oh no, the idea of therapy, of it being therapeutic for the people that you're talking to, or I mean.
Okay, you want me to get on that? Yeah. Well, a lot of that happened with the drinking life, and it also it happened with Christopher Pratt, I guess. I mean, I don't really know, because he just kind of said that I was his psychiatrist. I mean, I got through to the notion, which he said later on in the film, that you know, he was basically cleaning up his past, which is kind of the information that I introduced to him with his style of paintings and the immaculate memories. You know, he was actually cleaning up everything, because all of these buildings that he was painting were in ruins, and he was making them you know, pristine and geometrically exact. And he even talks about it in the film. He takes all the bird poop out of buildings and all the rust and all this kind of thing. I was sort of said, is this a way of you really kind of making up for your past? And so we ended up talking, or, you know, trying to control your past. We ended up talking a lot about that. So that's that. I wanted to just mention a little bit about editing, because I always think about when I'm shooting and when I'm editing. And editing, you know, even though it's a different occupation, I mean, if you're a director and a cinematographer and you're shooting, you really need to be an editor in your head at the same time, because you need to get everything that you need. And I was thinking about, there's a great book on editing which relates to everything basically about any film, by Michael Ondacci interviewed Walter Murch on the art of editing. And Walter Murch edited, I'm not sure, because he edited the picture or edited sound on these films, on Apocalypse Now and The Godfather and so forth. And he always said that he ranked when he was cutting, and this is something everybody needs to keep in mind, even though it's about editing. He ranked what was most important to him when he went through all the footage. Like, what was the most important thing that had to work when you're cutting? And the number one thing to him was emotion. And that's really, really important, right? That's the number one thing, because if you can make people laugh and or cry, but I think most importantly, laugh, and you do it in the right amount of spacing when you're cutting, you will always hold people. If the audience always knows, it doesn't really matter how dark your stuff is or how deep it is. And this is with my writing too. You always have to have humor, I think, right? That's what people connect with. It's one of the hardest things to do. So you have to have humor in your film without making fun of somebody, obviously, because that's not the way it's done. So that's your emotion, laughter, right? So when I'm cutting, I'm like, okay, to Christopher Darlington, okay, so let's look at where our laughs are, right? Let's go through it and go, okay. And then, okay, where's the emotion? Because there always has to be emotion of some sort. If you get someone crying, bingo. And that may sound manipulative, but that's what we do, right? And that's what people connect to, because tears in a subject is going to be connecting really deeply with the audience, because it's more than likely something people have experienced themselves, right? So that's just like that. And then to put humor after that very closely fucks everything up really good, because you're really messing around with people's heads, right? And the Coen brothers do this too a lot, right? I noticed, like with Fargo, when there's some comedic thing going on. I remember watching Fargo, and the cop gets shot in the face, and you laugh, and it's like, what am I doing, right? I mean, but the way they set it all up was to toy with you so horribly in your emotions, but then you have this huge investment, right? You have this huge investment in what you're watching, right? Because you're engaging all of these emotions, laughter and, you know, kind of horror and terror or whatever, all at once. Another thing I find too is always put an animal in if you can. People generally have cats or dogs, right? That connects. It's a really small thing, but I find with cats, watching like Christopher's cat, whenever the cat was on screen and the audience reaction and the connection to that, it was amazing, right? So you always have to have a cat, I always say, in your film.
Why?
It wakes up all the old ladies and they go, oh, it's my little Timmy. It looks just like my little Timmy. So you get them invested right away, you know, with the cats.
Does that help with the?
What else have I got in my notes?
Does that help with the interviewing too? Like, do they become a different person when they're around their kind of this animal that they're
possibly? I mean, the cat is everywhere in the Christopher Pratt film. He's always coming around, and that puts him at ease, I suppose. I don't know. Christopher used to keep warning the cat that I hated him, which I didn't. I don't know why he kept saying that, but he used to keep saying, "Don't mind him. He might want to kill you, but I'll protect you." And I was like, I'm just here looking at the cat. I don't know what it was. Maybe because I was asking him mean questions. He thought I was going to kill his cat or something. I don't know. But yeah, so that's that. You got any questions? I got some more notes here.
I was kind of
Okay.
curious, if you don't mind, just because we haven't mentioned it, but I'd be curious to know what it was like to what was it like to interview Mary? Did you have to kind of employ different tactics there? Was it the same sort of like connection, able to relate stuff to your own life, or how was she as a subject?
Right.
interview?
Okay, so I had to pass the T test with Mary. I interviewed Mary for the Christopher Pratt film, and in order to interview her, I had to go past the T test. So I asked if I could come interview her, and then I was invited to tea, and we because we had never known each other. We sat down, had tea, and again, I mean, even though you're not interviewing someone during that process initially, you kind of are in a sense, and you are trying to be. I mean, you're trying to make them like you. It's just like life. You want the person you're interviewing to like you for a whole bunch of reasons. One, because you're a human being, and two, because it'll help you with your film, right? And I've spoken a lot about this, and I spoke to Jerry about it too, about artists being, artists as manipulators. And there's a little clip actually that's we did about, I put out a while ago, about how we do manipulate people and how we do want to make people cry, and we do want to make people laugh, and we do want to do it. And it's almost sadistic in a sense, right? On a really small, tiny level. But anyway, so I had to, and I did pass the tea test. So we had tea and all that kind of stuff. And then I left, and then I was told that I could interview her. So I came and I set up, and at the time she was pretty sick and was on oxygen, but she took the oxygen off for the interview. And I interviewed her about Christopher. One of the good things that I did is I interviewed her very extensively for that film. And I asked her about, a lot about herself, naturally, which generally comes up, because when you're interviewing people generally about somebody else, they come back and talk about themselves anyway, because they're a part of it, right? So they'll, and you let them talk about that. So and she was also at a point in her life where she knew she was close to, dying, I guess. And she was very forthright in her analysis of Christopher for that film. So there was a lot of stuff I didn't put in that film too. And there's lots of stuff in Christopher's film I didn't put in either. These are things, judgment calls you have to make. Some of them are, there are people saying mean things too, right? About people. And I always have a big discussion internally about this, and with Christopher Darlington too, with my editor, because we always work together. Christopher's like phenomenal. About, okay, if somebody says something, they've said it, right? So they've said it. So do you use it if it's mean? If it's really mean, do you use it? And that's a hard call, right? And that's a very careful line you have to walk. And we have had stuff in or under consideration in a couple of films where we cut them out in the end, because we really didn't want to hurt anybody, right? That's the thing. But getting back to Mary, so all of the footage that we use in the Mary Pratt film was actually shot for the Christopher Pratt film, because that was the last interview she did for the Christopher Pratt film. I had permission after that. She didn't want to do another video interview, but she would do an audio interview, which I probably should have gotten at the time, but she was pretty sick, so I really didn't want to go there. Ethically, I don't think it was a good thing to do. So what we had to do was we relied a lot on home movies. We got access to a lot of home movies of the kids, and all of her father shot 16 millimeter film, which is crazy. Of them, a lot of 16 millimeter film. He had access to that, I guess. So we got access to all of that, and we had to use a lot of CBC footage as well, which is very, very expensive. And be very careful on that. So did I answer your question, or did I just go off somewhere else?
No, you answered it for sure. Like I really liked that film. So and like,
thank you.
Her art as well. So it's funny you mentioned like kind of the ethics of interviewing people. Jamie Miller, who was on before you, she talked about that a fair bit as well. Just that those are things you need to take into consideration. So yeah, I guess when dealing with.
But you want to show. Sorry.
No,
sorry.
Okay.
I interrupted you. Sorry.
No. I was just like, I guess that's that's something that you need to have. It's like the campfire site. Don't leave it in worse shape. Like you have to be. When you're interviewing people, just thinking about ethics just struck me as a couple people have mentioned that today, but definitely, yeah, that's it. Not a question per se.
It's a fine line, like I say. I mean, about like I said, going back to this person said this and feels it, but will you use it? I mean, and you can. I mean, because some of the stuff that you get is kind of like shocking and would work cinematically, right?
Well, and then
but again, then you go, okay, this is going to hurt.
Well, just your point about that you need to be a bit of an adversarial. You can't just go in and be the best friend, right? Like, so trying to balance those two against one another. Exactly. I would say that would be that fine line, that you're talking about. Sorry, I interrupted you. Yeah.
It is. No, it's okay. It's a lag. We got a lag here going on with these with things over each other with the electronics. Yeah, it is very. But you also want to show the person, and there is some contentious stuff in my films, and I have no problem doing that. But it has to be balanced. You can't just go in and go, okay, this is a shocking story about what I mean. I mean, that's not human. We're made of all the same ingredients. We're made of the same ingredients that we are, right? We all can look inside ourselves and say, I did all this fucking horrible stuff, and I did all this, good stuff. And, you know what I mean? And we're all made of that. And there's no way you can ever look at a film of somebody and go, oh, they were perfect. What a great, oh man, what sweet people. No. Everybody is not a perfect, sweet person. Right, and we're all human, and we're all fallible, and we all make mistakes, and our our super ego, we all know, punishes us with that nightly or daily or whenever, all of us, all the time, calling us assholes for things that we did. So we can all look inside and know that we've done that and these things, and they are in other people. The thing is, you don't want to do, like I said, shocking, bullshit movie about somebody. I mean, you can go sometimes depending on the life, like Francis Bacon, for instance. I mean, I watched a Francis Bacon doc the other day, the painter, who was like a great painter. I mean, his life was just insane. So, I mean, you really you couldn't tame it down. I mean, everything. He was a masochist, and into the. I mean, he was a pretty bad alcoholic, great pain. I mean, there was very little peace in his life. So, depending on your subject, sometimes it is okay. Well, this is going to be madness, right? This is going to be madness. But there was very poetic stuff in there. But I mean, he was mostly drunk most of his life, or engaged in homosexual S&M. Right. This was his life, and they interviewed a lot of people about his life, and it was very. Anyway, I won't go on about it, but some lives are like that, where you can't soften them because they're on a path of pretty bad stuff a lot of the time. So it depends on the subject, but you try to stay well-rounded. And also I grew up watching, this is going a little bit in somewhere else. I grew up cutting 16 millimeter film with my father on a moviola, which I still have in my studio, all by hand, splicing, taping, all that kind of stuff. And I used to watch National Film Board films. This is when I'm like 10, 11 years old, in the basement with a sheet up on the wall. And you go down, you pick them up, and you can pick out whatever you want. You watch them. I'd watch documentary films, sometimes. I don't know why. I guess I was coded to do that. But cartoons too, because they made a lot of cartoons, animation. They were big for animation. And my father trained under Colin Lowe, who was a great documentary filmmaker, because we basically invented the documentary film. Canada did. And he did a film called, I think it was called Cowboys, which was one of the first films actually on a person. And I always want to speak to this whenever I'm talking about making documentary films. People say, what camera you're using, you got a drone. What's that drone? What's, are you going to have any animation and stuff? I'm like, listen, a documentary film is about telling a story, and it's about people generally, right? And if you want to use all those bells and whistles to make a documentary film, it's like candy. It's like, my father did a lot of documentary films up in Labrador. And there was this older guy, I always think of this. He said he had a dog team. So he traveled by dog, and he chopped his wood with an axe. And my father was interviewing him for a documentary film, and he said, the old guy said, all these snowmobiles, chainsaws, and all that jewelry, right? And I always think of that when I'm making a film. It's just jewelry, right? Drone shots, I mean, I use them every now and then if I think they're appropriate. Cameras, who's got the biggest 4K, 6K, bullshit, right? Your film is about telling a story about a person. That's it. And people have to keep that in mind. It's about telling a story about a person. And if you can engage somebody on that level without throwing in all this horse shit, glory, which is okay. I mean, as long as it's not too far over the top and goes. I've seen some docs where they're just, there's 20 drone shots or 30 drone shots, and you're sitting there going, my God almighty, this is telling me nothing, right? Unless it's appropriate to the actual story, right? And it's showing you something that's relating to where you are or what you've just done, or. So story is really, really important. I think we're losing sight of that in documentary film very much. You look at, my advice to people are go back and look at the National Film Board documentary films from the 60s and 70s. And those are the films that are actually about people. I made The Drinking Life was in a bar, right? And it's one of the most successful films that I've made. It's one of the most loved films by people who at film festivals and stuff. It's just people in a bar. As a matter of fact, I made a point, and when I started making, I said, I'm never leaving this bar. I will not go outside this bar. There's one scene with a guy with the door open, and he's looking out and the light is kind of burning in, and he's just standing there looking out of the door. And that's as close as we get to the outside ever. Because all of the people in that bar have these stories that are engaging enough to hold people's attention. And if you don't do that, if you can't do that, well, you're not a filmmaker, right? You're just doing a bunch of fancy stuff. And that's really important to remember, is that, you know, it's about storytelling. And, you know, people could say, okay, well, then don't use music, or don't use, you know, whatever, right? Well, you know, I'm not going that complete way. I'm just saying, keep it. Yeah, I have to take the meter back on the jewelry, right? Bring the meter back on the jewelry, and tell your story with the person, with the people.
How much do you know where the story is going when you're making it? Like, have you set out from like at the onset with like, this is how I expect this to go, or like where is there a lot of space in your process where you kind of follow it and see where it goes?
Yeah, it's definitely documentary filming. You know, I have no idea. I just find someone who's interesting, and then you start talking to them. Once you start talking to them, it starts developing. It's like, yeah, and I mean, I'm cutting a film now, and also there's another thing too, Sandy. You know, while you're shooting too, if you have the luxury, which I do because I can shoot and do sound and direct all at once. When we're cutting, we know we need more footage, and I'm sure people do this anyway, but you just have to, you know, get more people together to do it, and you have to go back and shoot stuff to bridge some things thematically, because I mean, it's all about thematic unity. It's like writing a book. It's the same thing. Everything has to connect thematically, right? And that could be really kind of very subconscious, or very, you know, small, or very big, but you link everything thematically. So it is definitely development as you go, completely, for me. Some people will go in with a script, I'm sure, and know exactly what they're doing. I just interview someone, and then I go from there, and continue to develop that, and then seek more material as I need it when we're editing, if that in fact happens. But also thematically too, like me and Christopher Darwin were just cutting a new film, and I needed one thing that would link the whole film up. And so this concept came to me, which I haven't shot yet, which I'm going to shoot, which will be kind of like the anchor that will hold the rest of it together. So it is very much developing it as you go along, and when we're editing too, it really takes shape. I mean, we make the film, me and Christopher Darlington, I have a rough idea, and I have notes. I have pages and pages, you know, 2 booklets of notes or whatever, and we make the film as we go along. We shape it. Darlington's a very big part of that with me. And we work very well together. Now, the drinking life I cut myself, but that was, like I said, in a room because I do cut as well, you know, in a room with a bunch of people. That was very easy to do. But when you start trying to get texture and thematic unity and layering and all that kind of stuff, you really need, I need to work with an editor to make that work. It's a huge benefit, particularly Christopher Darlington, because he's so great. And that's important.
So like, I guess you're talking, I'm thinking to myself, like, you almost have a psychology degree. You are like, you're an author, and you've, you know, whether it's your new Calamus, like the short film that'll be screening at the Nickel, like, you've done so many different things. Like, what is unique to documentary filmmaking for you? Like, what can you say with documentary filmmaking that you haven't, like, what is uniquely captured in a way that's different from the other palettes that you've worked with?
That's a really tough question, you know, because I said when I was a writer, so I was in a room for 20 years, basically. I was a bit of a recluse. I lived away from St. John's and in a small community for 20 years. So I was writing in a room. So when I came out of there and I I don't write much anymore in that sense. I write scripts and stuff, but books, playing make-believe in a room, with make-believe people. And I said, I come out of the room and started playing make-believe with real people, because that's all that it is, really. You talk about documentary filmmaking and documentary filmmaking and what is the truth. That's a big topic too. Like, I mean, do you believe what people are telling you ever? It's like, documentary films are a large part fiction. Without a doubt, it's what people have made up. I mean, people make up themselves. They just invent themselves. And even the stuff that you're asking sometimes is stuff that you want to make up. Maybe, because you need it. And I always know when I'm done a documentary film because I have the stuff that I need. That's one thing you need to know. That's the kind of meter, because I can go do an interview, and with some people I'll start getting almost agitated because I'm not getting what I want. But it's interesting because, and then you start getting mean almost sometimes. But then I find, and it's in your head, and I think this is a problem. Sometimes you have in your head you're going to get something, and you don't get it, and then you look at your footage, a week later or whatever, and you go, wow, this is some really good stuff, right? But you had these blinkers up. We were going in, going, okay, this is the stuff that I want the answers to, and you probably don't get that, but you get a whole bunch of other stuff, and you go, wow, this is really interesting too. So I guess my point is, you got to keep your mind open. How is documentary filmmaking different? Why am I doing it? I think maybe where I grew up with it, maybe. I'm going back to, my father died. He was a documentary filmmaker. I mean, I started making documentary films, I think probably not too long after my father died. So that may have something to do with it, if we want to go deep and true. You're interviewing me, right? Is that correct?
Ellen, you're getting all this footage, right?
Yeah, let's get into this.
Great. Let's get into it. Spill the tea.
Let's get deeper. Let's go deeper on this. Let's go deeper.
I'm gonna get mad at you first, though. No, they sorry, what just to interject with this statement about
right.
What I feel like your work is. Like, you do say that it is a construction, and it always is a construction with documentary, but I feel like your work also has a very great sensitivity, and like you go for the truth in a you like, that's I feel like you're aiming for that. Does that resonate with you?
If that is in fact a thing, truth.
Sure. Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whose truth, right? Whose truth? Because you create a truth that some people will look at and go, oh, that's my truth, and other people will look at it and go, what the fuck is this, right? So a lot of people will connect to stuff and go, like a lot of people connected to the Mary Pratt film. Like the Mary Pratt film, I got a lot of reaction that people really loved it. There were people crying. I got standing ovations for it and all this kind of stuff. And, I liked the film, but I really like the Christopher Pratt film. You know what I mean? And we always have these arguments with people that I know, and even my editor, Christopher Darlington, right? We have these arguments about who's what's their favorite film. And I just found the Christopher Pratt film to have so much texture and layering, and so many concepts and thematic unity. The backwards thing, the music, we composed the music backwards. We had the books flipping backwards at the beginning, the Rolodex going backwards. There's a lot of backwards. I had the ocean running, there's a lot of subliminal stuff in that film of things running backwards, like the ocean, for instance, where you don't really notice it, but there's something wrong, right? There's something wrong. And So you're watching it going, this is strange, but what the fuck? Why am I feeling this way? So we did a lot of backwards stuff, and the music being backwards, and then putting two different types of music, one forward and one backwards. And this is what I'm talking about thematic unity and layering and texturing, right? It's very much like writing a book, very much so. And I mean, that's why this got nominated for Best Canadian, Best Doc at the Canadian Screen Awards. I know why it did, right? And I know why my other films didn't. I mean, I've got a nomination for writing on another thing, but I mean, I look at the Christopher Pratt film and go, this is like everything fucking works in this film. And I was very lucky to make this film. I was very fortunate to get him to agree to make this film. And when we were cutting it, and we finally came up, when we were cutting the Christopher Pratt film and we're at the end of it, we did not have the backward stuff. And I was like, there's something, right? There's something you need. There's the one thing. And it's like in a book, it's the same thing. When you get to the end of the book, it's like, okay, there's something that's not connecting everything here. Right. And you need that thing. And the thing was all of a sudden, okay, I've got him flipping through the book. Let's run that backwards. When he's flipping through, and he's talking about the Rolodex, like memories like a Rolodex. When you flip it, you'll come. So I said, let's flip the book backwards. And then I was like, okay, let's put the music backwards, right? Let's run some of the shots backwards. And let's, at the beginning of the opening, let's have the car going backwards, not the car going backwards, the road going forward and then back or upside down. So we flicked the button, we did that. And that was actually what made that film what it was. And if all that stuff wasn't in it, that final thing that we put in it, that linking of thematic unity, that one thing that solidified everything and put it together, and went, wow, I don't think it would have been as successful as it was. So it's very important to keep going, especially when you don't know where you're going, which is documentary filmmaking. You really don't know where you're going. And why editing is so important, right? And also editing in your head. When you're shooting, I think so far for the new doc I'm making, I've got 18 hours of footage, right, of interviews, and it's not done yet. So, and I have to go through all of that. And I just started using Final Cut Pro because I didn't use Final Cut Pro. I was cutting on Sony Vegas, which I love, but you can't export an XML and get a sound mix done with it. So that's tough. You got to do your own sound mix. So I just started using Final Cut Pro. So what I do is, which makes it easier for the editing process for people who are working with editors and stuff, is I go through all of the footage and mark my favorites and then take notes and see where they fit together. Because you really, once you've shot everything, you really got to look at all the footage and then find out, okay, where's the unity in all of this? And then take your notes. And then you could go to your editor, and you're not, that way you're not, your editor's not looking at all the footage, which once upon a time they did. But with digital now, that'd be crazy to have to pay an editor to do that. So then you can go in with your favorites and start doing batches. Okay, this section is this section is this section is this section is, about childhood. This section is about, them painting. Section is about people, and then you just do those and cut them all up. And then that's the first step. And then you got to figure, okay, how is all this coming together, and how's it going to be different from something else?
Amazing. I'd love to keep talking to you forever, but we're at 5 minutes to the hour here now.
Oh, good.
I have two last questions that I've been asking everybody, and this one might be complicated, but just go for it. What is one of your favorite documentaries that has most inspired your own work?
Werner Herzog. Anything by Werner Herzog.
Really?
I tell you, you want to talk about, this is one of the greatest lines ever in a documentary I've ever heard in my life. Into the Abyss. Okay. Anybody who's out there who's interested in documentaries, it used to be on Netflix. I don't know if it is. Actually, the full film is actually on YouTube for some reason. Into the Abyss. This is about three guys. No, is it three guys? I think is it three people, kids basically, who were teenagers at the time, who killed two people for a car, right? For a red car. And this is one of the greatest documentaries ever filmed. And he says at the beginning of the interview, he's interviewing one of the main guys, right? He's a young fella, he's going to be executed. And Herzog has a whole bunch of death row little films too about interviewing people on death row. But Herzog in this, Werner Herzog is interviewing Michael, who's one of the killers, one of the main killers, and he's going to be executed. And he'll say, well, we'll see what happens. Either I'll be going home or I'll be going home. He's thinking he's going to get off. Maybe he may be gay. So he said, and he's very religious. So he says, when I get executed, I'm either going to be, or if I'm released, I'm either going to be going home or I'm going to be going home. Right. And so they keep talking, and we're very here. And his father has died while he's in prison. Right. So he says to Michael, he says, Michael, I'm very sorry to tell you that your father has died. And he's like, okay, and it's a reaction. And then he says something else, and he says, Michael, he says, I'm interviewing you, I'm doing your story, but it doesn't mean I have to like you. Right. And that's one of the greatest things I've ever seen in documentary film ever. Right. And his face just changes. And then Herzog can do anything he wants with him then. Right. Because he wants to be liked. Right. And Herzog is one of the few documentary filmmakers that's actually has a presence in his films. But anything by Werner Herzog, the volcano one, where he's on the volcanoes, or when he goes to Antarctic and starts interviewing people, who have just gone down there and given up, just escaping the world and go work in the Antarctic. Anything by Herzog, but Into the Abyss, I mean, just phenomenal. And there's the Francis Bacon doc that's on YouTube. I don't remember the name of it, but if you look up Francis Bacon, it'll come up. The full one is there. It's absolutely fantastic. And Julian Chabel, is it the film they made on him that used to be on Netflix? I don't think it is anymore.
Is it called A Brush with Violence?
That's the one. Yeah, for Francis Bacon. Yeah, that's a really, really good doc. I've watched that a bunch of times. And also too, if you're making docs, watch docs and watch them over and over. Watch them first, just as a film. Go back and watch them for the sound, and just try to, I know if they're really good, that's really hard to do because you get caught up in them. Go back and watch them for the editing specifically, and go back and watch them for the direction, right? And you should try to watch and it's the same thing with writing. I always say to people, when you're writing, go back and make sure you got the rooms, the sound, the smells, the right? What are the characters? Where, you have to do separate readings for books. Okay, what's going on? What color is the room? Look at the sounds, go through your story, and what are the sounds outside the house? What are the, it's all kind of thing. What can you see the people? What are they wearing? How does what they're wearing affect how people, who are reading are going to judge them? Because clothes is a big thing, right? That's very important always in defining people, right? And so you always go back, and same thing. So with a story, you do that. And then you go back and say, is your story there? Right. So anyway, I'm rambling, but with a documentary film, that's a good way to do it. Go watch them a bunch of times for each individual thing. And that's how you'll learn how films are made. Right. That's how you'll learn how to do it.
That's excellent advice, I think.
Yeah.
Final question. What do you have any advice that you would want to give to beginning filmmakers, say your younger self before you started doing docs?
Younger self?
Yeah.
Listen, man, get a camera. Like people email me and say, well, how do I get started and all this kind of stuff, and what do I do, and what kind of, these days, I mean, Jesus, people are making films on their iPhones, right? It's not about camera. It's not about toys. It's about finding something really interesting, or people that are really interesting. I was doing this doc once, and they said, well, someone said to me, are you going to go interview people outside of Newfoundland? And I said, fucking why? Why would I go outside Newfoundland, right, to make a film? It's like someone in Ireland, it was someone in Ireland saying, oh, you're making a film, yeah, and you're interviewing people. Are you going to interview anybody outside of Ireland? Like, why would you even ask that stupid question, right? I could live here for another 1,000 years, and I could not make all of the docs that could be made in this province, right? It's like going into the Munn Library on the 6th floor. Once I went in there, I looked at the books, and I said, I cannot live long enough in my lifetime to read the books on this floor, right? So look around you and open your eyes, man. And you can make a documentary film. And Christopher Darlington, we talk about this all the time. You can make a documentary film on anybody, right? As long as you ask the right questions. Fuck what camera you got. you can buy a camera, you can get a shotgun mic, and put it on. You can get a shotgun mic, that goes on top of your camera, and you can get a little connector like a microphone, like a headphone connector, and put it on a boom. I mean, you can shoot a film yourself for nothing, right? You can boom your mic. I mean, you don't have to keep your shotgun mic on top of your camera just because you got a shotgun mic. Take it out and stick a plug in it, and a cord, and boom it over somebody, right? And my thing is lavs. I don't like lavs. That's my advice to people. When you're wearing lavs, when you're making a doc, and I know Werner Herzog did this in Into the Abyss, so I was like, maybe. I just don't like when people start putting lavs on. It makes it look like the nose to me. But that's just a psychological thing with me. It's so easy to boom people. You just got to have a boom and put a mic above their head. You get nice sound, and it's more realistic then too. Well, not is realistic. No, not realistic is the word, because nothing is realistic. It's more
honest,
natural.
True.
Natural, probably. Yeah, it's more truth. That's right.
Truthy.
Truthiness.
Yeah.
Well, Ken, thank you. This has been really amazing. Great
Thank you.
opportunity to talk to you again. And
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us. Any final
I
words?
appreciate it. No, I'm just glad the technology worked out today. That's all.
Thank God.
It was
And it was great.
wonderful.
It was great. It was great seeing you guys again. The Nickel Film Festival has always been a big supporter of mine. They do great stuff down there. I can't wait for it to get all the festivals to get back in person. Hey, there's such beautiful and great things. I love the Nickel Film Festival. I'm not just saying that because you people were there, but it's always every year. It was always, because usually I had a film in there. Luckily, it was an event. It was an event in the year to go downtown, book a hotel room, go to the Nickel, right? Even though I live around Newfoundland, I'd always get a hotel, go to the Nickel, right? Go hang around, watch the films and everything, just see people. I mean, I just love that, and have a good time, and and it's run by great people, you guys, right? And I hope hopefully it'll come back. Hopefully it comes back next year, which I think it will. Now we're looking. I think everything's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, just to talk shop for a little bit, but I hope to try to replicate some of the fun of the Nickel over digital, but I don't think digital will ever really quite go away for us.
Yeah, it's tough.
But it's great. It's for accessibility, reaching a lot of people across the province.
Oh yeah, and also for just for recording stuff and documenting it, so to speak. But the numbers on any festival, because I've read some of them, the online as opposed to in person, I mean the numbers are very, very small, right?
Yeah. People
just want to go out and have a good time and have that experience.
Yeah, just having social experiences around
exactly
a subject that you like.
Yeah.
Well,
and
again,
I haven't kissed Elling in, how long has it been since I kissed you, Elling? It's been a couple of years now.
It's been 2 years now.
Too long.
Too long since I've kissed Elling. I'm going to get a T-shirt.
We can just write it on with Sharpie here. Anyway, thanks again, Ken.
Love it.
Have
a great
lot, guys.
Yeah, that was
if anybody has any follow-up questions, or can they reach out to you, or
sure, yeah,
reach out? Okay,
for sure. I'll just delete them, so that's good.
Okay,
as long as they're email and they're easy to delete.
Sounds good.
Okay, see you later.
Awesome. Peace. Bye, Ken. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
So, Sandy.
Yes.
We're the last workshop of the day.
Oh my gosh.
Can you believe it?
I can't. No, I can't. But I can, because so many people, in fact, everyone that we've talked to has really touched on the importance of editing, just how big of a role it is, and just how it really shapes a documentary film. So I can believe that, in fact, we are going to talk with Victoria Wells about editing. Hi, how you doing, Victoria?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
How's it going, guys?
Excellent. Thanks for joining us on this beautiful afternoon.
No problemo. Happy to be here.
Sandy, take it away. You have an introduction probably prepped, or
I do have a little introduction. Yeah, just to introduce Victoria Wells. She's a freelance media Jane of all trades in St. John. She's worked as a video editor and photographer, but also has experience with videography and graphic design and technical support and illustration. On the technical support side, she's the technical director of the St. John's International Women's Film Festival and has worked with the National Film Board, the National Arts Center, the NIFCO, and Artistic Fraud. So she's got loads of experience, but in particular, what's specific to documentary film making, you know, she's got experience shooting archival footage and a lot of editing experience, particularly in the DIY vein. So that's certainly with everyone that we've talked to today, like there's a real element of DIY to documentary filmmaking. And she's today going to talk to us about editing, I guess. Yeah, and just kind of breaking down all this footage that everyone wants to get all those shots, and how to break that down and organize it, different characters, different locations and different times, kind of into just something that is kind of cohesive and start to shape that story. And yeah, so I guess without further ado, let's welcome Victoria Wells, and thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you for having me. I'm really happy to be here. And you've had some really great participants on so far today. Lots of really, really great advice for everybody that's listening. And I was very happy to hear a lot of people already talking about editing. So you kind of have an idea of what to look forward to after you shoot, 18, 20, 200 hours of footage. So I'm going to go through a few more of the kind of technical bits at the top, just things that I always want to tell people, like when I'm working with them, it's just good advice to have even before you start to shoot. You really want to be mindful of know what frame rate you're shooting in, know what resolution you're shooting in. Are you shooting in 1080? Are you shooting in 4K? If you are shooting in 4K, which a lot of people are doing these days, because again, it's very easy. You could do it on your iPhone. But a thing to kind of keep in mind is that if you are shooting 4K, your data is going to be very large. So you're going to need very large drives to work on. So if you are planning on, shooting any kind of doc and you are planning on doing 4K, I would look into getting 1 to 2 terabyte hard drives are not going to do you much good. So just to kind of throw that out there, and it is important as, filmmakers, directors, to understand this stuff, because that way, when you get into the editing room on the back end, you're not running into, file rate or frame rate issues and stuff like that. So it keeps the edit nice and clean. And also, so as you're shooting, it's really, really, really important, and I know people have mentioned this already, but it's really, really important to keep things as organized as you can. In documentary, because you are able to get such volume of footage, it's really easy for it to grow real fast, and then you kind of get into, the editing room at the end and go, I don't even know what I have anymore. I've been shooting for 6 months. So, at what point you get an editor is, very dependent on the project that you're working on, what your budget is and all that kind of stuff. Myself, I've worked on projects where I've come in before shooting has started. But I've also worked on projects where they were, they had everything done beforehand and they just hand me a drive and say, here you go. So it's really important that if you're not working with an editor or someone who's kind of doing your data management for you, that after, every day after you shoot, you should be going home, you should be exporting your footage, you should be organizing your footage then. It's the boring, not really fun part of it, but it's super, super important. And you will thank yourself when you get into the editing room to finally start kind of crafting this film that you're making. And there, however you want to organize stuff is up to you. People have different preferences and whatnot. I like to keep it as kind of simple as possible. Have your what day it is, or if you're doing interviews, you can organize it by person, or if you want to do whatever, but just make sure that in your mind, it makes sense and that you can then know where to access your footage when you need to get at it later. So that's kind of a few little tips for like, even before you get started, is start thinking about this stuff. And I know that a lot of folks have already mentioned, like, for, documentary filmmaking, you're telling stories. What you are making is a narrative. So at the end of it, you're going to need a beginning, a middle, and an end. And that is going to have to follow some kind of narrative structure. So it's really kind of important to keep that in mind while you are, while you're shooting, while you're going through the process. Really try to keep in mind what the kind of central nugget of your story is. Because again, with, media is film is very cheap right now. You can shoot on your iPhone, you can get so much data, whatever. You can get a lot of footage, but if you're just shooting a lot of footage that you're probably not even going to end up needing later because it's not going to serve the story, is it worth it? I don't know. But I'm saying this as someone who does often come in after the fact. So I as an editor, often I don't want to be on set. I don't want to know how long it took you to get that one shot. I don't really care. Like, for me as an editor, I'm looking at, this is the footage that you have. We're going to take this footage, find the best stuff in it, call that out, and then, make a story out of that. But it's very easy as a filmmaker, as a director, cinematographer, especially if you're doing it all yourself. It's very easy to kind of marry yourself to that footage, and you can get too attached to some stuff, and that's where it will make the edit more difficult, which is why I feel like, and as Kenneth mentioned previously, like, even if you can cut yourself or have cut yourself, that's great, but it's also a really good idea that at some point during your cut, you should have someone else look at it, just to look at it with a fresh set of eyes that aren't kind of clouded with all of the, like, we were on set for 8 hours trying to get that one shot of whatever, or, that this one little bit of B-roll that we wanted to get so bad because we wanted to get that sunrise, but we didn't get that, like, I want to be able to come in and, like, say, I know that you're really attached to that, but it's not serving the story. You don't actually need it. And I'm, sometimes, us as editors, we kind of have to come in and be the, a little bit of the bad guy, but not really. Like, we're saying this to, again, my job is to make sure that you as a filmmaker are getting the film that you want, but you are telling the story that you intended, that you want to tell. So that's kind of just a few little things to kind of be mindful of while you're shooting. And I know that Jamie mentioned earlier, talking about paper edits. Paper edits are amazing for documentary. You can Google like examples of them online. There's a whole bunch of examples that you can find. Really, like, a really simple way that I saw recently is literally just like, a spreadsheet with 2 columns. One is video, one is audio, and literally just like write out what you're seeing in your head and how you're kind of planning this out. Another very common thing that a lot of professional documentary makers will do is, while they're shooting, if you're shooting interviews, transcribing your interviews can be really, really, really useful. It can also take a lot of time. So, depending on what your own workload is, and if you have the time and, the desire to do that, it's a really good thing to do, because that is really going to help you know what's in the interviews that you have. So it'll be a really good way so that when you get in the cutting room, these interviews back and forth, and you now have a script in front of you that you can look at and go, okay, I want to use this, this particular scene, which is in this clip. We can just put it right here. So it kind of, like, anything that you can do to familiarize yourself with your own footage is a really good practice to do. Because that way, when you get into the editing room, either with yourself or with your editor, it's going to make the process of accessing that media quicker. because you're not going to be like, oh, it was in that, we did it during this interview, but I'm not sure like which part of it was or whatever. So, it just kind of streamlines that a little bit. What else can I say about that right now?
Well, just to interject, like
yes,
machine learning transcription these days is so good.
It is.
I feel like every documentary filmmaker should be taking advantage of it. It's
absolutely
like services like otter.ai or what I can't think of the other ones, but they're all quite good too.
Yeah, and even like if you upload it to YouTube privately, YouTube will do a transcription for you, and then you can go through it after and like you can actually edit the auto transcription. So basically, it'll do half the work for you, and then you just have to go kind of do like an edit of it after, which saves a lot of time. Still is time consuming, especially depending on how long your interviews are, but again, it could be the difference between a couple of hours and a couple of days, So yes, any of these like automatic transcription tools, they're a great way to start out. So you're not, starting from scratch. And it can, again, it's just a really good practice to like having transcriptions of your interviews and stuff like that is very helpful when you're kind of in the editing room and kind of looking, there was that one line that they said, and you can kind of find it, right? You can just highlight it in your script. You can have it there. So, that's all kind of very good tools to have. And the great thing about nowadays is that a lot of these things are free, like there are so many great free tools for filmmakers out there that like, that the sky's the limit. Yeah.
So, okay. So, say, someone's given you gives you the job and dumps these hard drives on you.
Yep.
What's the first kind of thing that you do as an editor?
Cool. So typically what I would do is first of all, I would ask them if they have another backup of the footage. If they don't, it's always good to do 2 backups. Just because you never know what's going to happen, and shit happens all the time. I had a drive go down on me last week, and I'm just back up early and often, everybody. So yeah, it's always good to have at least 2 copies of your master footage before you even start anything. Put one on a hard drive, keep it tucked away somewhere, let it live there. So that's usually the first thing I do is back everything up. And then what I will do typically is I will go through, I will sync any audio that needs to be synced. So that's a really important thing to do before you start cutting anything. Do all of your, your prep work basically early. This is normally what like an assistant editor would do, but like I don't usually work with assistant editors. But all the transcribing, making all of your proxies also, like if you're shooting in 4K, look at what computer you're planning on cutting on, which is why like, are you working with an editor? Are you working on your own laptop? It does make a difference. If you're working on a laptop that has say less than 8 gigs of RAM, your 4K project is going to struggle to play. So basically, that's not to say you can't cut it on that hard drive, but you're just going to need to make proxies for everything, which are basically just low res versions of your footage. And all the editing programs now, that's like built into kind of your media management tools to make proxies like that. And basically what that allows to do is it allows your computer to like work a little bit faster. So it's not processing, 4K high res media all the time and not like kind of struggling to get through, especially when you get kind of into more complicated edits. But doing all that, importing all that media and doing those transcribes is also going to take time. So you need to kind of remember to factor that time into your workflow. So for example, if you are importing media on your own laptop, which is, a standard kind of MacBook, it could take, if you're importing, 4K footage, if you've got, 200 gigabytes of footage that you're importing, that's going to take you a couple of hours. Depending on what the processor in your computer is, it might take you a day. just know that it's normal. It's you know, kind of a patience game. But you can't go faster than the computer goes. Unfortunately, there's no way to make it go faster. So, you know, you just got to let it do what it's doing, put on a pot of coffee, come back in an hour or a few. But it's really important to kind of get all that stuff done before you start cutting, because again, you want to make sure that your workflow is as kind of neat and tidy as it can be. And to try to keep it that way throughout your edit. Because, you know, at some point at the end of this, it is going to have to be, you know, like Ken mentioned, you're going to have to export it and give it to your sound, you know, your sound mixer and your sound editor and your colorist and, you know, all the stuff for mastering. So it needs to be organized, but also in a way that, like, you know, I know that I can export my file. Everything is labeled clearly, you know, video, sound, everything can be found easily. So that when whoever I pass it off to, when they go to open this up to do their bit on it, everything's easily findable. You know, nobody wants to have to go through like 100 different, you know, tree levels of root stuff in a hard drive. Like, just make it easy to find. Because there's nothing worse than, like, you know, having to call someone up at like 10 o'clock at night being like, where is that goddamn file? Like, where is it? So yeah, so just like good practices like that. Try to keep stuff as kind of neat and organized as you can. Be aware where you are saving, you know, where are your backups going? Where is your media being saved? Where is your project being saved? Depending on which editing software you're using, you know, it varies. You can set it, you know, set your own parameters of where you want it to go, but just like be aware of that stuff and don't just let the computer automatically do it. Because that's how you're going to end up like losing footage. And you want to make sure that, like, especially if you're going to be, again, handing this media off to somebody, or if you're working with, like, you know, if you're cutting a little bit as a director and then giving it to an editor, you want to make sure that, like, your media, you're going to be able to like consolidate your media on the same drive, so that if you have to pass media off, it's not going to be, they're not going to open it up and like half your media's on your computer instead of your hard drive. So it's really important to like consolidate before you move any project or like give it away to anybody for a next step. It's always a good idea to consolidate your media on your drive, just to make sure that like any little bits that, you know, ended up in your downloads folder or something end up on the right drive, so that all the media can go with it. Kind of keeping that nice and, you know, neat and tidy will just make kind of the process a little bit less daunting, because in documentary edits, you know, because you are often dealing with such a giant mass of footage, it can get very overwhelming very fast. Were there any questions or anything?
None from the floor, but what kind of conversations do you have with the director or the people involved before you start getting to work as an editor?
Yeah, typically, like, I like to always go out with, like, you know, go out for a coffee or something with anyone that I'm kind of starting a new working relationship with. I always find it's a good idea to kind of figure out if you're kind of working on the same page, like if you can communicate well, you know, you know, I always ask the directors to kind of tell me their vision, you know, tell me what you see this film being. And, you know, and also ask, like, what are you planning on doing with this after? Like, what's your end game for this documentary? Are you planning on doing like a festival run? Are you planning on submitting it to CBC? Are you planning on, you know, whatever? Just to have an idea, because depending on what you're going to do with your project after, that can also, I feel, influence the film that you make. And I feel like it can also, one thing that I always kind of try to mention to people that I work with, like filmmakers that I work with, is like, you know, everybody wants to make an hour and a half long film. It doesn't need to be an hour and a half. A lot of the time, it really doesn't need to be an hour and a half. Most of the time, it doesn't need to be an hour. You know, and I feel like, you know, I know a lot of people on here already have talked about a lot of really great short films and short documentaries. And I feel like anybody who's starting out, short docs are a really, really great place to start. And you know, I kind of can't emphasize enough how, like, keeping a film under 10 minutes is going to open up so many doors for it, that if you decide to stay in a 45-minute to an hour project, you're not going to have those same opportunities. And I'm saying this as also someone who has worked for a film festival for over a decade now, worked for many film festivals. If you are planning on doing a festival circuit after, with your film, which is a great idea, it's a great way to get exposure, it's a great way to meet other filmmakers, whatnot. If you submit a, you know, 5, 7, 10-minute film to a festival, it has a much better chance of getting in than if you submit a 40-minute or an hour-long doc. And the reason for that is common sense, but they can, like, you know, if a film festival has to decide between programming 1 hour-long doc, or like 1 really good hour-long doc, or 5 really good short docs, they're probably going to pick the short docs because you're going to be able to show more films. And unless that 1 hour-long doc is spectacular, you're going up against a lot. So really, anyone kind of starting out, don't jump right into feature docs. Feature docs are it's a beast. It's a beast to get through. It's a beast in the edit. And I've watched a lot of docs that, like, would have been so much better if they were 20 minutes shorter. You know? And I think that's a really important thing for people to realize, that, like, if you keep it short, you're going to open up so many more opportunities for yourself about where it can be seen, who will accept it, stuff like that. So, you know, I think anyone starting off should really be aiming for that, like, 10 minutes max.
Amen.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
Solid advice.
Yes,
it's
very good.
it's very true. It's very true. And, like, you know, and also, like, a really good 5-minute doc, like, I've seen so many, like, mind-blowingly good 5-minute docs, and you can tell, because, like, and also think about it, like, if you can make that story that succinct, and that, you know, like, that's gold. Right? So yeah, it's possible. It's possible. Just don't be afraid to get, you know, that's why I think it's really important to let other people, not necessarily the people you're making the doc about, that's a whole different, you know, kettle of fish, but, like, while you are in the cutting process, let an editor see it. Or if, you know, if you're not working with an editor, or even if you are, let some people that you know, that you kind of trust their opinions about film, or, like, other filmmakers or people in the industry that, you know, anyone that you can kind of call on a you know, a favor to say, hey, can you take a look at this cut and, like, give me some notes? Any notes from an outside source are always good, because, again, you as a filmmaker are very attached to this media. You know it. You have emotions that are connected to this, that, like, your general audience might not have. So it's really good to show it to some other people, and you know, not always filmmakers either. Maybe just show it to, like, your cousin who doesn't know anything about film, because at the end of the day, like, it's not just filmmakers and film students that are going to be watching this film. It's, like, it's the general public, and, you know, you do kind of want to have something that the general public is going to be into and that they're going to be able to relate to. And, you know, you might show that to your cousin and they go, I don't understand why, you know, why was that person in there? Or, like, why did that happen? You can be like, oh, right, that doesn't make any sense to anybody other than me, because I knew that one thing, you know? Mm. So, like, it is really good to kind of have as many sets of eyes on it as you can, and try not to be too precious about your work. You know, and I feel like as an editor, that's kind of part of my job, is to help, you know, directors and you know, filmmakers not be too precious with their work, and really kind of, you know, push them to, you know, at the end of the day, like, as an editor, it's your film. You are the director. You are the one who has final say in all this, but I can tell you my suggestions and the reasons behind them. and you can take those and go with it, or you could not. That's absolutely fine. That's another really kind of important thing about the editor director relationship, is that you have to be okay with, like, you know, I need to feel comfortable that I can tell you when I think something is not working for a reason or whatnot. But I also have to be okay with you saying, I don't agree, like, let's move on. And like, that's fine, you know, but it's like that being able to communicate openly is really important, because you guys are going to spend a lot of time in a small dark room together, you know, many hours just sitting close together, going over this footage, poring over this footage, and you need to be able to have an open and honest dialogue with it. Just like, you know, you need to be able to tell me as a director, like, I don't like that cut you made, and there's a reason behind it, and this is why. And I can be like, yeah, okay, cool. And like, you know, so like, that's how the cuts get made, right? It's talking about all that different stuff, and like making sure that everybody is, you know, feeling on the same page with it, and that you're both telling the same narrative story. Yeah.
Troy.
I have a question from the floor. I'm sorry, it's a bit of a tangent. It's going back to something that you
Go
asked,
for it.
you were talking about before. Rosalind McPhail asked this question online. What are some do's and don'ts for labeling files? I figure that's probably a good skill to have.
Good skill to have. I like to keep it fairly simple. You know, usually, like, if I'm labeling stuff for a doc, I usually do kind of a date scheme. So, you know, I'll know like what day, and then sometimes I'll just make a note in the folder that'll say, like, you know, if this was shot at Kitty Vitty, or if this was shot at whatever, if this is so-and-so's doc or so-and-so's interview or whatnot. But like, try to keep it as straightforward as possible. The simpler, the better. You know, so, and generally, like, you know, you'll have like a video folder and an audio folder that you can be putting your media in. And that'll kind of keep it nice and organized. But generally, like, very straightforward, simple, like, you know, date, name of interview person. That's really all you need. You know, like, location, maybe, depending on like what you're shooting. If you have like, you know, oftentimes I'll have a folder for like B-roll, and then I'll have like locations listed, you know. So if we're shooting a doc, I have my B-roll thing. I know that we went to Topsail Beach. I know we went to Signal Hill. I know we went to so-and-so and so. But again, like, basically something that I know that if I hand this off to someone else that they need to access footage or something, they can go, oh, I need a copy of that shot from Topsail Beach. Oh, there it is. It's in that folder. That's a Topsail Beach, you know? So yeah, as straightforward as possible. Don't get too complicated.
I was just going to make a comment that, you know, we had Troy Maher on earlier, the DOP for Hell or Clean Water, and he talked about kind of this, that you want to shoot. He wants to shoot everything because there could be something in there that, you know, that's gold, but that you really have. I think he phrased it. You have to be willing to kill your darlings.
Yep.
So
100%.
So I think that's kind of what you were.
Yeah.
So coming from the mouth of a cinematographer as well, like, that's just part and parcel.
It is. And that's the thing, like, especially if you're shooting your own stuff too, like, that gets you even like more attached to that footage, because you're also going through that whole, you know, that whole mindset of like framing that shot and getting that one shot that you're looking for. And then you get in the editing room, like, even after all that toil, you don't even end up using it. And, you know, so I feel like I can come in as someone who didn't have to get that shot and be like, yeah, you don't need it. And then sometimes, you know, it is hard sometimes. And, you know, it's a process, and it is very much killing your darlings, right? But that's, you know, part of the process. And it's an important part of the process, because, you know, again, you want to make sure that every frame that goes into that film is servicing the story and servicing that main narrative that you have chosen, and this main story that you are trying to tell. And sometimes, you know, the story doesn't need the drone shot. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it's nice to have, but you know, maybe it doesn't.
What is one of the projects that you've worked on as an editor that you feel like was one of the most successful for you?
Ooh,
I mean, it's tough to call, but I make that call. But
I mean, in 2015, I actually worked with Troy and Jen Brown on a series of framed films that we did in Maine and in Hopedale. And the one that we shot in Maine in particular has done the rounds at a lot, everywhere almost. And it's called Return of Throat Singing. And we did it with the community members up there. And that was such a just fun experience. And that was actually something where I was on set too, because I was also kind of a co-mentor, you know, helping out doing sound and stuff with that as well. And Troy was shooting it. And I mean, it was such a cool, just opportunity to have to go to Labrador and, you know, work with the amazing folks that we worked with up in Nain and in Hopedale, you know, and just being able to kind of help get those stories told and give that, you know, give those individuals a platform was really awesome. And I feel I think that's probably one of the films that I'm most proud of all the ones that I've worked on in the last, say, 10 years.
I won't get into your least favorite film, but that's really cool. That's do you have any projects that you're working on these days that you're excited?
Yeah. I'm currently working on a doc with Ashley McDonald that will hopefully be doing the festival rounds next year. But that's kind of a really fun and challenging piece. And I'm really excited for folks to be able to see that one next year. And I also worked on not a doc, but Santiago Guzman's film Express Checkout, which is showing at the Nickel this year. And that was actually the film that got me through quarantine, and was just a joy to kind of cut and have something that was very fun, and it made me laugh a lot. And it was very helpful to have something like that to work on, you know, in the early days of lockdown when I was in a small dark room for a long time. Yeah.
I'm kind of curious because you have so many different things that you've done, but what is it about the editing role that you're drawn to? Because it seems like you have some love for it there. So what is it?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I kind of fell into editing. You know, when I went to MUN and I did the performance and communications diploma, and I kind of didn't really know if I wanted to pursue film school or not. I didn't really want to spend all the money and go to Ryerson. I figured if I stayed at MUN for a while, I could at least test the waters and decide whether I really wanted to kind of jump in. And then after doing that program, I got a work placement at the Women's Film Festival, and I kind of did many jobs there. And then eventually about 10 years ago, they asked me to be technical director. And I just I've always had a bit of a, you know, inkling towards the techie side of stuff and kind of that back end, you know, area. And I just really like helping people tell stories. You know, I really like working with directors and working with filmmakers and, you know, being able to, you know, play some part in helping all of these amazing creative individuals get make the stories that they want to make and tell the stories that they want to tell. And, you know, as many people have mentioned, there are so many stories out there to tell that you know, and I do feel it is having a good editor can really help make the best story that you can tell. So, you know, I like being able to work with, especially I work with a lot of, you know, first-time filmmakers and, you know, emerging filmmakers and stuff like that. And like working with people who, you know, they have the ideas, but they don't necessarily know all of the, you know, intricacies of how to put it together. I like helping people do that and helping them kind of say, you know, say those stories that they want to tell. Yeah.
But like how creative it, because you know, you're kind of drawn to the technical side of it. So like how creative is the role of the editor? Like, could you speak to that at all?
Yeah, I mean, the role of the editor is very, very creative. I mean, essentially, and I mean, like Jamie mentioned earlier, you know, you tell your story multiple times over making a film. You know, you have it once in your script, you have it once on set, you have it once in the edit. And, you know, I feel like my role as an editor is really much, you know, much like a book editor or whatnot. Like you're helping kind of whittle down that larger story into something as polished and concise as you can. You know, and it also, like, I feel like, you know, I also help a lot of directors, like when we're in the cutting room, you know, sometimes when we're kind of working through scenes and stuff, being able to kind of show directors kind of a different way of doing something on a timeline that they wouldn't necessarily know was even possible to do is really fun. So yeah, like the editor definitely does have a lot of, you know, creative input. But at the end of the day, you know, it's not my film. I am serving the director. So it is the director's film, but I am kind of, you know, a cog in that machine, I guess you could say.
Excellent. I've always loved, you know, I don't know, the few short films that have been a part of the film challenge stuff over the years. I've just always really loved the editing process and how much control you have. And it's just like,
Totally.
oh, it's just like you can slap an image there and it juxtaposes with this thing. And
totally, you can totally change, you know, change a story, and it all depends on, you know, what you put next, what images you're putting next to one another. And you know, you can literally put words in people's mouths. But that's
yeah,
why,
right.
you know, that's why, again, knowing something about ethics is also very important when you're kind of doing that, because it is really important to, you know, be mindful and respectful of, you know, the subjects that you're working with. And, you know, one really important thing that was, that Ken had mentioned earlier is like, if someone, you know, if you're shooting or interviewing someone and they do something that, you know, later on they're like, I don't really want that in there, it's not going in there, right? Yeah. Like you have to respect the people that you are working with, even if that was, you know, that could be your golden money shot. But I just feel very, like, I feel very passionate about, like, if you are telling someone that, you know, you have this relationship with, that, you know, they don't want to use that, I think you kind of have to be like, okay, we're not going to use it. Just because it's, and, you know, sure, there's a certain like style of documentary that, depending on, like, if it's investigative kind of stuff like that, but I would tread very lightly. And I think it's imperative that you respect the people that you are observing, and, you know, because at the end of the day, it's also their story you're telling, right? It's not just yours as a filmmaker. I mean, it is to an extent, but like, they are people, they are real, they have lives, you know?
It's so interesting when there's like a documentary, like I'm just thinking, it just came to mind, like that I haven't seen it, but this there's a Quentin Tarantino documentary, I think, on Bruce Lee, and like no one is happy about it.
Yeah.
And he is quite dismissive of the fact that no one was happy with it, or felt that it was like felt that it was an accurate representation of this person in all their lives. And like they're just kind of like, I don't know, maybe if it's just like he's quite a big he's quite
Yeah,
a
and I mean,
Hollywood filmmaker, but just that tension of like wanting to get to the story, but then also having to, particularly if someone is like not alive, like.
Absolutely. And like, you know, like I said, it's a very kind of tricky path that you have to kind of walk there. And like, again, if you are kind of doing an expose type thing, like, yeah, there's going to be stuff that the people aren't going to want you to, you know, use, but I think you have to be very careful about how you do that. And also just keep in mind what the implications of that are going to be. And if you are prepared to be okay with that. Because, you know, this is something that you're hoping that a lot of people around the world are going to see, or at least a lot of people, you know, if you're doing the festival circuit, if you're doing anything like that, you know, this is for a wider audience. And I think you just, I don't know, I try to be kind. That's all.
Do you think like beyond having kind of the mass amount of footage that you can like accrue with documentary filmmaking, like is that kind of the predominant challenge for you as an editor, or there's some other challenges specific to doc filmmaking you would want to maybe touch on?
Yeah, I mean, for me, like often when I'm working on docs, what I will often tell people, and a lot of this comes from, I've worked on a lot of the framed films that the Women's Film Festival do, and basically that's making a doc in a week. So by the end of day 5, you have to have like a final cut. So this is, you know, mostly to streamline that process and make it as fast as possible. But what I like to do is I often like to work with the narrative first before I really get into like the B-roll and the pretty stuff and whatnot. I kind of go to the interviews first, and I kind of carve out what that narrative structure is going to be and what the kind of story of the film is going to be first. And then once I kind of have that, then I go back and look at, you know, what images are going to complement this or help, you know, show the story, tell the story, whatnot. But I find that like anytime you're doing kind of like a, you know, like a portrait piece or anything on anyone, like having that one central story that's going to carry that film, it's get that first and then deal, like the rest of it is gravy. And, you know, like a lot of people also mentioned, getting good sound on your shoots is really, really important. It's something that often gets overlooked on shoots, but it will, I promise you, you'll hate yourself a lot more if you get crappy sound than if you get crappy video. I promise you. So it's really important. If you're working with an audio person, always listen to your audio person, even when you're at the end of the day and they're like, no, we're going to stand for 30 seconds and we're going to get room tone. Yes, please do that, because then me, your editor, will love you afterwards. It's very important to do that stuff, because then when we're in the edit, we have the material that we need. And I know that everyone's cranky at the end of the day on set, but it's important. You're welcome, sound people. But no, seriously, it's like, listen, if you're working with a crew, listen to your crew. Your crew they know what they're doing, hopefully. But like, don't forget to get those little kind of pilly things. Room tone, always really important to get, great to have in the edit. So whatever, and what I mean by room tone is basically just 30 seconds of dead, you know, like the natural sound of whatever location you are filming in. And that comes in handy when you're cutting interviews, because that way if you need to like cut up people's dialogue, you have normal sounding air in between it, so it doesn't sound like everything's going, you know, empty space in a documentary is not actually empty. You're still hearing the sound of the room, the sound of the surrounding area, whatnot. So, you know, just remember to do that when you're shooting, when you're going anywhere to shoot interviews, even if you're not working with a sound person, make sure that at some point during that shoot, whatever location you're at, you get everyone to shut up for 30 seconds and just record, you know, a little bit of blank space so that you have that. Same thing if you're doing anything outside, please get stuff like that. You know, it's just always a good thing to have that. You can't, it's really hard to replicate that. So if you get in the editing room after and you've shot all this stuff, you know, at a coffee shop, whatever, and you come back and you're like, oh shit, we didn't do room tone. I mean, yes, you can download like ambience and stuff online. There is stuff that you can get, but like, it's never going to quite match. So you always want to try to be able to get like that real location sound whenever you can. So that's kind of something to really keep in mind. Also, just a tip for if you're shooting stuff for yourself, if you're shooting B-roll, make sure that you're getting clips that are like 30 seconds or more, because there's nothing worse than trying to get B-roll and then getting into the editing room and realize you only have like 4 seconds when you need 10. So it's always better to kind of overshoot a little there, so that you have, extra, so that if you need like you got a bird flying by at one point, you really want to use that part, but it's like only the little bit at the end and there's nothing more irritating. So just like make sure that when you're shooting your B-roll and stuff that you are giving it a solid like 30 seconds to a minute. Is there any other hot tips that I can give?
You don't want a bird flying across the screen and then
right?
ending right when it's in the
mid-frame.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like, and sometimes like when you are doing kind of B-roll stuff, if you're just shooting like you want to get an exterior of wherever you are, parks or city or whatever, like let the camera roll for a little bit. You'll catch some good moments that are often like nice to use. Be mindful if you are shooting in public areas, you got to be mindful of if you're seeing people's faces or whatnot. That can be a little tricky. You might, dealing with like if you need releases, if people's faces can be seen, stuff like that. It's always, it sucks to be like, to get into the editing room and realize that you can't use any of your B-roll because it all has like someone's young kids in it who you can't get a release form from. And generally, like, you don't want to put anybody's kids in a movie if they don't know about it, because that's bad.
Perfect. So we're coming up on our time for the afternoon, but I have 2 questions that I've been asking everybody so far. And so is there a particular documentary film that has particularly inspired you and your work?
I mean, like I grew up watching a lot of the like David Attenborough nature docs. Like I love that stuff. I've always loved that stuff since I was a little kid. But what have I watched recently that was really good? I love docs that like tell really interesting stories about people that like, we don't know about. I've watched a lot at the Women's Festival. We showed a really good one actually a couple of weeks ago called Fanny. That was about a rock and roll band, and it's just really cool to like see, these stories about people who have been doing their thing for so long but nobody knows about. And like I love being able to work on stuff that like shines a spotlight on these people who should have been famous, years and years and years ago, because they're awesome. So, I like working on stuff like that. I want to work on a lot of like, LGBTQ stuff is really kind of, I'm very into kind of those stories and like helping people tell those stories. That's kind of something that I've tried to like focus on in my own work a lot too. But yeah, I mean, there's so many, and there's, if you have any kind of streaming platform now, you can watch, like, the world is literally at your fingertips. And also, through film festivals like the Nickel, there's so many docs that you can, it's free, you don't even pay for it. Like, just watch so much, like watch everything that you can. Because yeah, it's just like, there's so much good stuff out there, and stuff that you've never, like, stuff about stuff that you've never even heard of before,
Amazing. And do you have any advice to any aspiring filmmakers or beginning filmmakers, particularly with editing or just generally?
Yeah. When you're just getting started out, like, don't be afraid to ask for help from people. Don't be afraid to reach out to people. Go to your local film festival and try to meet some people in the industry, because that's going to be really important. And if you are actually, considering filmmaking as, a career or whatnot, like it's really important to find the people in your local community who can help you make these films, because there's so many people here. And, being in Newfoundland, we're actually very blessed to have a very large film community for a tiny island. And it's a great caliber film community. We have a lot of really talented people here. And we also have a lot of people who, are really open to sharing their skills, and there's a lot of opportunity to be mentored here if that's something that you're into. Like, really, if there's something that you want, ask for it, and there's a good chance that someone will be able to help you. Email the Nickel. The Nickel knows a lot of filmmakers, and email the Women's Film Festival. Like, email these people. That's what we're here for. That's what film festivals are here for, is to help spread the word about you and your films. So don't be afraid to reach out. Don't be afraid to submit your films. Make all the films that you can. Watch all the films that you can, and tell the stories that you want to tell, and make sure that your voice is being heard, I think.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Thanks, Vic.
no problem.
This has been lovely.
Good.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you for joining us. Yes.
No
What a
problem.
day. What a day.
What a day.
So everybody out there is totally capable of making a documentary film out there now.
You absolutely can. Yeah, if you have a phone, if you have an iPhone, you can make a documentary film.
Yeah, don't feel afraid. Yeah, that's great advice. Like, make what you can and submit everything that you have.
Seriously, you don't know.
Submit everything that you make.
Like, we've screened 1 minute films.
Mhm.
It doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be an hour long. Like, you can make a 1 minute, 3 minute, whatever minute film, like, as long as you're telling a story that you think people want to hear, there's a good chance that people do want to hear it. There's an audience out there.
Is the Women's Film Festival accepting submissions at this point, or is it?
We're closed now, but we
Okay.
will be opening up again in January.
Yeah, I mean, you can find both of our film festivals at filmfreeway.com. That's a great way of finding any film festival that you're interested
Film
in.
Freeway is, if you're planning on doing a festival circuit at all, I can't recommend it enough. It's a great platform. You'll find everything, and
Yeah.
it makes the whole kind of print traffic process a lot easier for everybody, really.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So, any final words?
Just go make some movies.
Boom. That's it.
Yeah.
Elling, what's your favorite documentary, or do you have one?
Oh, I watched one recently that I really love. And I've just started watching another one that I think might be my favorite. So maybe I'll mention both of them. But I watched a documentary called Stray recently about, I talked about it earlier today, about stray dogs in Turkey. And it was kind of a fly on the wall documentary. This woman whose family pet died. She, in the States, she heard that Turkey was this place where there were a lot of stray dogs, and there was a rule, like a law against putting them down. They just spay or neuter them and release them again. And so there are all these dogs that are just living their lives in the city. It's really amazing. And the documentary is really moving, and strangely, I mean, it's compelling to just watch a dog walk around the town, get up to what she's getting up to, meeting the people that she's getting up to.
Kenneth did have the advice of having an animal in the shot, so it must be a whole documentary on dogs.
Yeah.
or cats.
Everybody loves dogs. Can't go wrong.
Yeah, no, it's true. And this other one that I've started watching is called Notturno. It's about I'm gonna get this wrong, but it's an area along a border of where is it? Between the borders of Iraq, Kurdistan, Syria, and Lebanon. And it's a story of just a fly on the wall documentary about the effect of war on that area. That's
Heavy.
pretty wild.
Yeah.
Pretty wild. How about you, Sandy?
Well, I've been like a docu series. I started the last night. There's one on Naomi Osaka on Netflix, the tennis player. So I just started that last night, and then realized I need to get up really early tomorrow, so I should go to sleep. So I'll continue watching that, and and again, like, I don't know if this, like, it's listed as a docu series, but it's I think I was telling you about it, Ellen. It's called Couples Therapy, and so it's just shot like fly on the wall of she's a psychoanalyst in New York City, and she's seeing a series of patients, couples for the show for free, right? So she's treating them, and so there are these cameras that are there, and it's just fascinating to listen to people just talk about their lives. And she's not really even interviewing them per se, but just watching people kind of in such a unique, I think the documentary anyway is like a unique genre, but to bring those two together, to have psychotherapy or psychoanalysis and then having it documented like that, anyways, it was super interesting. So not a like a feature or anything like that. I can't actually think of a documentary feature off the top of my head, but those are two series that I've watched. So anyways, and obviously everything that we are showing through at the festival.
True.
Clearly.
There's a lot on offer, and so check
So
out
much.
nickelfestival.com. We're contractually obligated to tell you this, but we genuinely believe that this is all very all this stuff is really worth watching, and you'll never see it anywhere else. You'll never have the opportunity to see it anywhere else. So book your free tickets now.
Yeah. And there's so much this year, so many good documentaries that, you know, that was the impetus for, oh man, we have to do documentary film school in a day. Like, people are digging documentaries right now, and they've been making them because of, I think, you know, the smaller crews because of COVID. So there's so much good stuff that's out there, and hopefully this is some inspiration for people to go out and make more.
On that note, that's it. Go out, make films, watch films. Thanks for joining us, everybody. See you online. See you online at the movies. Have fun.
Thank you again, Vic.
Bye.
Okay, bye everyone.